Love you. Good night. Love you, honey. Love you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Eurasia Research Conference. Welcome, Dr. Fräulein Mubo.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, doctor, I can hear you.
Good afternoon here in the Philippines.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, Dr. Anthony. Welcome to the conference.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good morning.
Good
Good morning.
Morning. I changed my name. Wait a minute.
I would request everybody to please rename your accounts in English language so that I can read. Welcome, Haneen.
Hi, thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, Bayu. Welcome, Shengguan.
Yes. Hi.
Dr. Anthony.
Yes,
Welcome
hi.
to the conference.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so we'll start with your introduction first. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Dr. Anthony Yee. I'm from Singapore. So glad to be here. I have already submitted my keynote address. So yeah, looking forward to a good conferencing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Fräulein, please unmute yourself and introduce, please.
Me?
Shengguan,
Yes.
please
Hi,
introduce
everyone.
yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Shenyuan. I'm glad to be in the meeting. I come from Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. Pei Yu, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Kindly
Hello.
introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Pei. I'm from Taiwan, and you can call me Emily. I think it's easier to pronunciation. And yeah, thank you to join me.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Haneen, please turn on your camera and introduce yourself.
Let's both to my, because my camera is not working in my computer, so I joined to in my phone.
Okay. Dr. Fräulein, please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Good afternoon from the Philippines. So good morning around the world. So I'm Dr. Fräulein D. Mobo from the Philippines. So I'm working here in the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy as the Assistant Director for Research and Development, and also as Extension Coordinator under the same department in the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, Philippines. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Hilda, welcome to the conference.
Hi, good afternoon from the Philippines.
Doctor, you're not audible to us.
Oh, sorry. Wait a minute.
Okay. Dr. Hilda, please introduce yourself.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
I can hear you.
So
Okay.
good afternoon. I'm Dr. Hilda Asioche from the Philippines. Nice to meet all of you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. Moving ahead with the conference. I welcome you all. Welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Today we have participants from 7 countries around the world: Philippines, UK, Singapore, Kuwait, Taiwan, India, and Ireland. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researchers Scholarship is provided in the form of a registration waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of social sciences and humanities, and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing in Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, and PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scoopers too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe too. They share their knowledge and guidance with the participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We could not have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group and be a part of the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce about our latest project, which is Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We have also launched a free of cost for members of Teaching in Education Summit for all researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists. I introduce myself. I'm Sakshi Tolambia, today the host of the conference. Let's hear few words from our Terra Vice President, Dr. Kanlaya Daraha, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Prince of Songla University, Patani Campus, Patani, Thailand.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Farah Charles, the co-founder of Eurasia Research and Teaching and Education Research Association to get me the honor to be the president of Teaching and Education Research Association. I try to do the best on my duty. TERA is promote the researchers worldwide all over the world, promote about workshop, activities, the scholarship and academic awards. The memberships are around 15,000 all over the world to collaborate together. We have the conference in Asia, Europe, and Africa. We have the website and social media. In the difficult times of coronavirus, we remain conduct the research, the activities, the meeting, the journal publication, and the meetings, the online platforms from the researchers. I hope we will be available to collaborate together about research, workshop activities, and another else sustainable. Finally, I pray for all of you, your family, your community, and people all over the world to be safety and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daraha, for your kind words. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. Firstly, we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Malgorzata Wojcik, Assistant Professor, SWPS University, Katowice, Poland.
My name is Małgorzata Wójcik. I am an assistant professor and a researcher at University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Poland. Well, I never had a thought of not carrying on my research, so that was a natural thing because we kept on going, and because I'm researching bullying at schools on all levels and from all angles. That did not stop, so bullying did not stop during COVID, so we had to go on with the research and see how it changes in a changing circumstances. So that was my main motivation to carry on research. And if you're carrying on the research, you want to present it and you want to share it. So that was my motivation to do the research and to share it during conferences. Okay. Well, in the pandemic, there was no other choice, right? So the only thing was to attend online conferences, if any. But generally, I think that attending in person is much better for multiple reasons. For example, you really build a relationship with other researchers, and that it cannot be done online. I know you try very hard, and there is quite a lot of activities that are to encourage that, but it actually does not happen very much. And so if I have a choice, when I have a choice, I hope I will soon, I definitely go for in-person attendance. When I think about my international cooperations and my international projects, they always started at conferences, but not during the presentation, but afterwards. So, small talks and, starting the conversation and asking the question about the research. And then we started cooperation. And that has not happened so far during online conferences. So they're great that we can do them, but if we have a chance, let's get back to in person if possible. Yeah. So yes, well, of course, if you're doing the research, you have to present it. It's a very good way of showing what you're doing and getting opinions and having that conversation. So right now the pandemic is still on, the war is on. So now if you cannot go and participate, yes, I do encourage to participate online because what the other choice. Your conferences are very safe spaces especially for young researchers and those who do not have a great experience presenting in conferences. So this is the main thing. I think I really like presenting in conferences because it is just a very safe and relaxing, I would even say, space for presenting. So, and there are people where I'm presenting in education and learning conferences. So this is also my environment, my people. So that everybody is talking about different aspects of education in different aspects, or how to encourage learning and how to make a learning environment better. So I really like the different angles and different methodologies of research that are presented. So this is a really good thing about your conferences. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Margozata. It was nice having a chat session with her. We had another chat session with our eminent speaker, Jakub Tomasz Imroz, postgraduate student, Psychology Department, SWPS University of Social Sciences and Humanities from Warsaw, Poland. Let's have a look about what he shared with us.
My name is Jakub Tomasz Mróz. I'm a postgraduate student of University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Poland, in Warsaw. And my research interests are peer group dynamics, peer group relations, school bullying, and human morality. I'm leading the students team Olveus, which studies teachers' reactions to identity-based exclusions. And we are just at the beginning of this project. I'm also a researcher in a bullying and parenting team, where we have conducted a qualitative study about parents' perception of their child victimization process. And I'm also conducting Antigone project, where we are using IPA methodology to investigate perceived sources of moral identity. So yeah, I think the main goal of any scientist, any researcher is to understand better the whole world around us. So I think COVID can't be any excuse doing that. So yeah, that was my main motivation, my main goal. Of course, there are pros and cons. From the one hand, you're able to meet a lot of interesting people from all over the world, not moving from your room. You can attend conferences in the distant places, not moving from your house. So yeah, but from the other hand, I really like personal contact, and then it's more about relationship with other researchers, not just data exchanging. So there are pros and cons. I would suggest try to do your best to be there in person, but if you can't, just do it online. It's better than doing nothing. Yeah. For example, I'm planning to be in London conference, so yeah, my goal is to be there in person. I think your conference is great because it can be a really good way, a good some kind of platform to compare your findings with other researchers and to meet interesting people. So yeah, it's a great opportunity to present also your findings.
Thank you, Yaku. Moving ahead with our conference. Today's conference schedule is Session 1, Keynote Talk, Session 2, Team Activity and Photo Session, Session 3, we have Technical Talk. I would request you all to rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their email IDs. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the deadlines. I welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Hilda Habakan, Associate, Lizarza from St. Junction, Mayondon, Los Banos, Laguna, Philippines. Her topic of presentation is Educational Leaders of Tomorrow. Dr. Hilda says, giving up is never an option for me. This is how I want people to remember me when they hear my name. I am Hilda, Associate all the way from the special science city nature of the Philippines, Los Banos, Laguna. I have been an educator by profession for 30 years and currently I'm affiliated as a public school teacher at Los Banos Integrated School and the proud single mother of 3 adorable kids. Apart from that, I also work as an online ESL teacher at 51 Talk and a volunteer co-facilitator of massive open online course Camp Laguna, Philippines, partnered with Regional English Language Office and US Embassy. I gained my doctorate degree at Laguna State Polytechnic University last August 2020 and was able to publish and present my paper internationally entitled Lived Experiences of Emusers, a Phenomenological Study and Development and Validation of Supplementary Grammar Modules in English for Grade 8 pupils at Los Banos Integrated School. I also volunteered as a teacher in American language and culture classes for 3 months last 2020. I became the demonstration teacher for 2 consecutive years and was recognized as Best Writer in Test Construction. My recent speakership was held last January 2002 with the title Enhancing the Learner's Experience by Bringing Out the Best in Them in partnership with ICTL 2022 International Conference on Teaching, Education and Learning Paris, held at former Square Docks at Paris, France, organized by Teaching and Education Research Association, and the latter was held last September 2020 with the title Teaching English to Young Learners, an international webinar in partnership with MOOC Laguna Camp 2 and private and public American language culture class. Finally, I am an environmental advocate who supports our community's environmental sustainability, a cleanup drive project. My job as a teacher is to transform and make a difference to the lives of former, current, and future students. I can say that I am a teacher that teaches from the heart. I believe that teaching is more than just imparting knowledge. It is also about growing students to become self sufficient and lifelong learners. Let's have a look at presentation of Dr. Hilda.
Hi. Before I start to talk about educational leaders, allow me to share a story that happened some 8 years ago. There is this happy couple who complement each other very well. They are a picture of a happy and perfect relationship, full of hopes and dreams together. They are trying to build their family with love and trust. They see each other as a friend, lover, enemy, critic, and all, but allow each other to have space for mistakes and time to correct them. Until one day, on the day of the man's 26th birthday, they were happy and looking forward to celebrating the husband's birthday after the wife off from work. He escorted his pregnant wife, and then he told her he would just refuel his motorcycle. After a few minutes, the wife received a call informing her that her dear husband met an accident and he is in the hospital. That day is the longest day of her life. She watches him while he struggles in the hospital. He can't talk, but his eyes are saying, "Sorry for what happened." The sadness in his eyes were like daggers that struck her straight into her heart. At that time, they said, he has blood clot in his head and his liver is severely damaged. Watching all his sufferings that causes his life is the worst experience in the couple's life. The wife was devastated. She felt lost and alone because for the first time in her life, she doesn't know what to do or how to survive. The man is her only comfort, the only man she trusted other than her own father. Raising her 7-year-old boy, 5-year-old baby girl, and the one inside her belly is the biggest problem for her at that time. Every night she's crying, tormented by the pain and loneliness for her husband. But during the day, she is transformed into a lively and energetic mother to help her children overcome the pain, while inside she is hurting, seeing the kids every day longing for the love of their father, while her eldest son refuses to perform in school because his father, who promised to bring him to school every day, is gone forever. She chose to show them that life is still beautiful, to protect them by waking up every day and showing them tons of reasons to go on and pursue the dreams she and her husband dreamed together. She did everything in her power to endure all the pains and still smile, even if it hurts her more inside, as if she's hugging them and smiling, while there are millions of daggers and stab wounds on her back just to give them more hopes and forget the pain of losing their father. As years passed by, the children witnessed how people judged, mocked, and ridiculed their mother. She managed to encourage her children to become the better version of themselves by trusting and empowering them, allowing them to see how she managed to live and still achieve things despite their situation. She never hides secrets from them, whether it be financial or anything about their family and situation. She even asked for their opinion and allowed them to help her solve problems. The eldest son now realized that he must concentrate on growing and learning, as his mother showed him how she used all her pains as an inspiration to climb the ladder of success. Despite the hardship of raising the three of them, Mom managed to finish her master's and doctorate degree. For example, leads her children to strive even on their own little ways, and it helps them see another side of life in a lighter one. Many people admired her children for many things, because at their young age, they can run the house without their mother's supervision. They can even transact in the bank and more. They truly become independent in many ways, but always have ears for their mother. They all turn to be a support system of one another. Although there are conflicts sometimes. You may say this is not a good example of leadership, but as for me, I believe leadership starts at home. Many people nowadays sought for power, but be a leader, which makes life very challenging. In an environment full of people aspiring to be a leader, life becomes a competition, and everything that lies in it are just mini course. Course they must triumphantly finish. At some point, I think it's good, for it brings out the best in an individual. But somehow, there are consequences, because instead of people working together, they tend to showcase they are better than the others. I think allowing this in an institution or group will later result to failure, or if not, low performance. That is why I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I'm more afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion, just like Alexander the Great. Honestly thinking, I believe that we are all leaders. We just don't see how, because we are always looking for something something more extravagant and prestigious. We don't realize that in life we are a leader, and that every day we should lead ourselves towards betterment. We also lead our families and everything we have. Every day we are dealing with all our problems, our what ifs, our insecurities, doubts, fears, and all. That sometimes stops us from doing and achieving success. But at the end of the day, we should all be like a lion, strong, protective, brave, and willing to fight, like hunters. Hunters who is willing to hunt for whatever things his family, group, or organizations need. We also we are also group members, a part of a pride, someone who, no matter how tough the situation, always finds a way to be cheerful, someone who is mindful of the fact that he must safeguard his own and his group's pride. He knows how to put together a cohesive group, no matter how big or small it is. We should also be loners in the scheme of things. Just like us lions are not hanging out with all the other animals. But rather hang out sometimes completely alone or mostly with just a few other lions. We sometimes need to separate ourselves. We need time to think and evaluate our actions, analyze things and people around us. A leader must be vigilant in guarding his path. He should learn to separate those who are just selfish or those who might be a threat to his people or group in general. Those that might cause trouble or pain to his people. Now, if you will ask me why I'm afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion, well, the reason is simple. Because for me, even if your people are those that others think are the weakest, you can still succeed. Because a great leader can turn them into their best version, of course, with proper supervision and guidance. Besides, it's better to have someone who is weak or a beginner with a good heart than to have someone with an excellent skill but a rotten heart. Because, like the follower, I mean, just like the leader, the followers are as important as the leader. The two should complement each other, but more importantly, the leader should know how to empower his people and help them to grow and become the person they are dreaming to be. If you will ask, the wife in the story is the younger version of me, and the children are my kids, the souls entrusted to me by God. And these kids represent the students and fellows in our lives as a leader. We are not supposed to choose them because they are the best, the strongest, or they can help lift us up. But instead, we must be strong to protect them and wise to mold them. Our honest feedback and sincere intentions will be felt and truly shine. This will serve as their lights at times they are having troubles and difficulty doing their task. So when people ask me how I manage to survive despite all the waves of life that comes my way, I always say, I don't know. Because I actually don't know. I never thought about it. I'm always busy improving myself. That I don't have time criticizing others and how I manage to survive while they don't. But now while writing this, I realize that it's the light in my heart. The light coming from God and the hopes and trust of people who believes in me. Those that were entrusted in me. Those people who relies on me. I always listen with curiosity. I try to speak with honesty and act with integrity at all times. Just like Roy T. Bennett says, we should not listen to reply. When we listen with curiosity, we don't listen with the intent to reply. We listen for what's behind the words. As a leader is a giver, a source of light, a protector, and an inspiration. He is the one who sets goals and helps his people believe they can reach that goal. He is the anchor that keeps them still despite the challenges thrown at their feet. They are working not to impress, but to guide those who are weak, providing his people the right compliment and criticisms at the right time, with the purest intention to squeeze out the best in them. They are happy when his people achieve something and encourage them to dream even more. Leaders are the first one to give their people the right amount of trust and support. He is the one who spends time to know his people, not just to know their strengths, but also to discover their shortcomings and weaknesses, because the leader and his people are one. Therefore, if he can get his people to do the greatest things, he is a great leader. And that should be the educational leader of tomorrow. Just like what Ronald Reagan once said, the greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He is the one that gets the people to do the greatest things. Good day, everyone, and let us all bring out the leaders of tomorrow in us.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda, for such a wonderful presentation. Dr. Hilda, would you like to add anything to it?
Yeah, I use my life as an example because all of us are having a hard time finding the right leader in us. But we forgot to bear in mind that we are always leading ourselves towards betterment. And in doing research, we are doing this for the betterment of our students. Especially, we wanted to uplift the educational system in our respective countries. So I believe that when if we start at home, we will also lift the parents and involve the society so that we can go hand in hand with the community. So that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda. Anybody having any query or question from Dr. Hilda may ask or leave in the chat section. Doctor will answer. Okay, it seems there are no questions for you, Dr. Hilda. Moving ahead with the conference, I welcome the next keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Anthony E., Fellow Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology, Fellow Institute of Science and Technology, Fellow Royal Commonwealth Society, and Life Senior Member IEEE, Diplomat American College of Forensic Examiners, DACFI from USA. His topic of the presentation is Sustainable Energy Myths and Facts. Dr. Anthony E. is the Executive Director of AHT Signa's Asia PLC. This company is the Asian headquarters of AHT GmbH, a 150-year-old Germany company specializing in medium-sized gas power stations. He took a joint first-class honors in electrical and electronics with management and went on to gain an MBA specializing in international finance and a Masters of Engineering from the University of South Australia. After working for several years, Dr. E read for and gained a DBA. He is now researching for his second doctorate in the area of electromagnetics and nanotechnology. Dr. Anthony started his career with Keppel Shipyard, performing both onboard marine electrical systems installation and repairs, as well as maintaining onshore HV electrical systems. The next appointment was Senior Electrical Engineer at McDermott SEA Private Limited, where he was in charge of offshore HV generation and distribution systems. He later joined ABB as Project Division Manager, where he oversaw HV projects and equipment installation and repairs. Dr. E has served as expert witness in several Singapore High Court cases, where he was instrumental in solving several difficult cases. Dr. Yi believes in maintaining a balance between industry research and academia. As such, he is also an academic, currently lecturing at the Side University Singapore campus. Prior adjunct teaching and FYP supervision were at NGEAN and Singapore Polytechnic. As a governing council member of MDIS, he oversees the School of Engineering and the School of Technology. Dr. E is a life science member of IEEE. He served for more than 8 years in PES committee and later was chair of membership at Singapore section. His area of specialization is power systems and electromagnetics. Other affiliations are Fellow Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology, Fellow Institution of Engineering and Technology, formerly IEEE UK, Fellow Institution of Science and Technology, the Fellow of Royal Commonwealth Society UK, and is a diplomat of the American College of Forensic Examiners. His current research interest is in tuned electromagnetic coupling using graphene. Dr. E served the Singapore Armed Forces as a reservist officer for 33 years. He commanded a reservist combat battalion and retired with the rank of major. He is a recipient of the SAF Good Conduct Medal and the Reserve Medal with Bar. He also serves as chairman, Board of Trustees, Royal Commonwealth Society, Singapore, where he has an advocate for the recycling of one-time use plastic and active action against HPV. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello and greetings from Singapore. My name is Dr. Anthony Yi, and I'm very honored to be asked to deliver today's keynote address for this conference. I'm an engineer as well as an academic. So I have one leg in industry and one leg in teaching and research. My area of research is in energy and sustainability. The specificity of my research will be very boring to this audience. So I will share with you the broader aspects of my work and its impact on the environment. I have attended many conferences and heard many keynote addresses. The ones that I find most interesting are those that seek to inform and also to give food for thought and reflection. So I will endeavor to deliver the same today. For the first part, I will seek to inform, and for the second part, I will share with you an experiment that I did with my students some time ago, and I will leave you to draw your own conclusions. So for the first part, I have seen a lot of devices or schemes that claim to save you electricity. And for the most part, they are all scams. Let me share with you one such instance. So this is a device that I bought online that claims to save me 99% of my electricity bills. And of course, when you hear a claim like that, oh, this device is feared by all power industries, generating industries in the world, because they will lose money because the consumers will save 99% of the electricity bills. When you hear a claim like that, it screams a scam. Okay? So why did I buy it? Well, the reason why I bought it, because my good friend, Dr. Deepak Vaika, another electrical engineer like myself, one day sent me an advertisement about this device and asked me what I thought about it. So I called him back. I said, Deepak, you're kidding me, right? We've been in this industry for 40 over years. We have seen all these sort of things, making this sort of claims. It's just another one. Just ignore it. But this time was a bit different. I decided to test it out. So I actually went online and I bought 3 of this. So let me share with you what its claims are. It claims to save, first of all, 99% of my electricity bills. And its claim was that it's been invented by a group of scientists and researchers and engineers from from an American university, and they even have pictures of these guys. So let me bring you, so I opened the box, I bought it, I opened the box, and this thingy was inside. And there was, of course, the instruction manual, if you like, a leaflet, okay. It's too small, so I've blown it up over here, and let me share it with you. Okay, so you will remember that I told you that one of the claims was that this device was invented by a group of American university scientists and researchers. They've even got a picture of that group in the advertisement material, and this was the instruction that came with it. So it's too small to be seen, so I've blown it up for you. So, it says here, product introduction. Our honorable customers, we are grateful to you for buying and using the electricity saved box. We are sure our product will bring many conveniences and comfort to your life. We cannot tolerate electrical power resources being wasted without results from the economical beginning of a little after a period of time. Saving electricity means saving money. Saving money means earning money. And then it says Joyces, I have no idea what Joyces are, will surge forward from your heart. And do not forget, the electricity save box brings you happiness. Does this sound like English from an American university? Obviously not. This is probably something from China. Okay, let me show you something else. So how does it save electricity? I really don't want to go into the engineering details, but I'll just explain to you what it means. Our electricity is, whether it's in the States or anywhere else in the UK or Singapore, it is a nice sinusoidal curve. So it claims that in your house, there are spikes in the sine waveform, and after installing, it's pure, there are no spikes. So I say, really, guys? Then, there's another one that says, before installing, there are a lot of what we call electrical noises. And once you install it, the noises disappear. So you save money. And then it says here, notice, when using, please be careful when plugging into the sockets. Don't be too rude. You want to be rude to this device? So obviously, when you see this, it's nonsense. Okay, so let me come back to the continue. So I bought this device, knowing full well that's a scam. But the reason why I bought it was because I just wanted to test it out to see whether or not the claims are true. So how do I do that? I went to the lab, I borrowed an oscilloscope, brought it home, and I tested the waveform from my home to see whether or not it is a very nice sine waveform or whether there are spikes in it. And of course, I know any power utility in any part of the world has to ensure a very nice, smooth sinusoidal curve without any of these spikes. So, true enough, the oscilloscope readout tells me that the power quality in my home, supplied by the utility grid, is smooth. So, there are no spikes. What about the other claim that there will be a lot of electrical noises. So to test that, I put the oscilloscope on for like about a month to see whether or not there are actually electrical noises. And yes, of course there are, but once in a while, right? It doesn't last very long. In electrical engineering, we call it a transient. It's very short. It's not going to make any difference. So, does this work? Of course not. So, as to the claims, whether or not I can save on my electricity bills, in Singapore, we get the utility bills reading for every 6 months. So in other words, I can see what I've paid over the last 6 months. And if the claims are true, that it will shave 99% of my electricity bills, then even if it's half, I'll be very happy. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't change, okay? So I decided then to take it apart and see what's inside. Now let me just share something with you. So it says here, you can see here, there's a label. It says electricity saving box, intelligent energy saver. Let me peel this out and show you what's inside. It's hose, all right? This device was advertised on another website claiming to be an insect repellent. You plug it in, it'll chase all the mosquitoes away. So, by using the same device, and putting this label on, it claims to be an energy saver. Of course, it's nonsense. But people are buying this online. So, if you come across something like this, don't fall for it. If it tells you that it will save you it cut 99% of your electricity bills. Of course, it sounds too good to be true, right? So, but yeah, some people get taken in. And here's a last footnote on part 1. Not only does it not save me money, it costs me money because there's a little LED light here, okay? And it requires energy to light this thing up. So when you plug it in, it lights up, the LED lights up, and you think, oh, great, it's working, you know, my electricity bill will be reduced by 99%. But the reality is you are adding to your electricity bill because it needs to power up this little LED. So, please, when you see something online that claims really too good to be true, chances are that it is too good to be true. So, the first part, don't fall for such things. Do your research. Go and look at Google. Google the product, and surely it will tell you whether it's a scam or not. Okay, so now we come to part 2. I've been struggling with the second part, where it's supposed to be reflective, and it will cause you to reflect and think. Initially, I had planned on something, and I struggled with it. The reason is because this experiment that I did with my students, they were really traumatized by the experiment at the end of the experiment. So I was struggling, and I never did the experiment anymore. I only did it once. So I was struggling whether or not to share this at this conference. And I had an alternative topic, which is the latest energy, which will really blow away your wind, your solar, your geothermal, everything. It will really blow it away, and that is fusion. And there's a group in Oxfordshire, UK, called the Joint European Torus, or JET, J-E-T for short, and they had actually made and produced a fusion reactor, and now there's a bigger unit They scale it up in the south of France. So that was supposed to be the second part of my address. But I felt that I think I should do the first one, the experiment. Because 2 weeks ago, I saw 2 Net Geo documentaries which supported and corroborates the results of the experiment. That made me change my mind. So I'll share with you the experiment that I did with my students, and then I will describe it to you, then I will leave it to you to draw your own conclusions. So let me start with the preamble. When I started doing energy studies and climate change in 1993, there were 6.7 billion people on planet Earth. And if you think about it, that is from the start of humankind, right up to 1993, we had 6.7 billion people. And research, modeling, really scientific fact tells us that our planet, and I mean even if it's common sense, our planet has got finite resources, right? Just like climate change, right? We have got finite resources. The planet can sustain 7 billion people. Now, think about it. 1993, 6.7 billion people. The planet can sustain 7 billion. I just Googled the Earth's population 2 days ago, and it is now close to 7.9 billion. Just imagine, in 30 years, the population has grown by 1.2 billion. It has exceeded, if you like, the safety limit that our Earth can really sustain. So what was my experiment? We decided to test this hypothesis, whether or not it's true that if you keep on expanding the population on planet Earth, bad things are going to happen. So what we did was, we bought a tank of goldfish, and we fed the fish, not too many fishes. Fishes were very happy, swimming around, right? Then we started to increase the number of goldfishes. And of course, we test the water to make sure that the water is okay to sustain the fish's life. So it's just like our planet. We have our atmosphere that we breathe, our climate change, the temperature, right? If you get too hot, then yeah, bad things are going to happen. So same thing, we monitored the water quality, and of course we have filters that filter the water to ensure that the quality of the water is really good for sustaining life in the tank. So we added more fishes, and then we found that the water quality became bad. And of course it's true, right? You have got more fishes in there, there's more discharge, there's more waste, and that takes a toll on the quality of the water. So what did we do? We decided to put in plants inside the water. So the plants in the water acts like the plant, right, on planet Earth. It draws away the carbon dioxide, it cleans the waste, and the quality of the water improved. It went back to normal. Then we added more fishes. Now it's getting a bit crowded. So even if we put in more plants and put in more aerators to pump in oxygen, the quality of the water still came down. So what did we do? We increased the filtration, made the filtration bigger. Again, the quality of the water went back. And that was not enough. We decided to load it, more fishes. Again, this time there are really a lot of fishes in there, and they started fighting. The fishes started fighting.
Whereas when they were in the natural science, when there's less fishes around, they were pretty happy. Now that it's overcrowded, the bigger ones are attacking the smaller ones. We see dead fishes. Fishes are mobbed, fishes die. So we didn't stop there, we keep on adding. And when we added more fishes, we could not add any more plants. There's only so much oxygen that we could pump in. There's only so much filtration that we could do. And the water of the quality then became worse and worse. Fishes fought. Eventually, most of them died. Very few left. A lot of fishes floating. So of course that was very traumatic for my students. Although we kind of expected these results, we did not expect two things: it to be so drastic and for it to happen so quickly. I have said before that I will share the results of this experiment. I will not make any comments about it, except to say that in 2011, there's this polymath called Max Singer. He wrote a paper called The History of the Future, in which he says that, don't worry, even the population of the Earth reaches a certain amount, fertility rate will drop, things will happen to make, maybe viruses will come in, wars, more competition for space leading to conflicts, and that will maintain the balance, right, that the Earth can sustain. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. But in the meantime, what are we doing? We are looking at ways to live in the ocean. We are building our buildings taller so that we have space for population growth. We are digging into the earth for transportation so that roads are underground, services, electricity lines, everything underground, sewerage underground, and people also eventually will try and live underground. So we are trying to find more spaces on this finite planet where we build up, we try and live in the ocean and underground. But I just want to then quote the late Stephen Hawking before he died. And he said, for humankind to continue to survive, humans must leave this planet. In other words, what he's saying is, if the bowl cannot sustain anymore, buy another bowl. Don't put all the fishes in the bowl. Take some of them and put it in the new bowl. So, with that, I would like to conclude my address today. I wish you a good conference. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony, for such a wonderful presentation. Dr. Anthony?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, Dr. Anthony, would you like to say anything?
Well, I hope that my presentation has been interesting, sometimes maybe even a bit of a comedy. And I also hope that the second part of it, giving you guys some food for thought. Because it's a fact, whatever I did is actually not hypothetical, it's empirical. And as an engineer, I believe in a lot of empirical evidence. So yeah, that's what we did. Thank you.
Yes, doctor, it was wonderful presentation. So anybody wants to say something to doctor or any questions regarding his presentation, may I ask?
Hey, good afternoon. This is Dr. Deepak Vaikar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Deepak.
Hi, Tony. Fantastic to hear you. Okay, I'm very happy you joined this one. Okay, asking me to start my video. Okay, I'm here. to support your conference. I'm very happy to listen to the fantastic speaker, Tony Yi, one of my good friends, you can say colleague. We have been interacting and he shared that experiment. I think I remember when that came in, I was the one who triggered that to you. Correct? Hey, this is their
Yes,
show.
yes, yeah,
Trigger point. Trigger
yeah.
point that is, hey, these are they are claiming. Is it really true or not? And I'm very happy. You being a practical person, I think that some of you might be knowing it. Dr. Anthony is practicing, okay, practicing practical person, entrepreneur, and happy to know that that hoax has been hoax. Okay, finally we proved that, and happy to see that you are able to share those ideas. Okay, congratulations. Only my question is about, I know everybody is talking about the earth, uh, but I think a human being are really talented, brilliant. They will find solutions to overcome those challenges, because unless it becomes critical, we don't make move. Correct? Pandemic has shown us. So crisis. I think similarly, when that crisis is there, I think human will come to that challenge. Come and collaborate. Unlike, okay, I know, unlike other parts. What do you think on that part?
Well, as you know, NASA and all that has been spending a lot of money in the exploring Mars, and also going to the moon, establishing a moon base. So I think they recognize the fact that yes, look, you cannot stop population growth. It's inevitable. So the only thing is, like I said, when find another planet, when find another bowl. Yeah.
Another planet. Okay, you feel
Yeah,
that. Okay, that you have to find another planet. They found it something, correct?
yeah. Now actually, they're doing. You can see this all the time, right? On Net Geo, Discovery, and then they're talking about Mars. So in fact, it's an established fact that now that they found water on Mars, and they found signs of organic life, it's sustainable. So yeah, that's why you see that we're going there. But I mean, these things hopefully will not happen in our lifetime, but maybe in the not too distant future, maybe 30, 40, 50 years max, for sure.
By the time climate crisis problem would have been solved, they say 2015 net zero, net zero. We'll have net zero.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, that is my comment, Sakshi. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Anybody else who wish to say something on the presentation of Dr. Anthony?
Dr. Anthony, I'm just curious about the brilliant ideas of your students, because you said that you have presented that to your students. I guess you did that with your students. So what are their ideas regarding the problem?
Well, initially, of course, they were traumatized because they've got to fish out all the dead fishes and all that and throw them away. It's yeah. So it was an eye opener for them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What are their proposed solution to the problem you have presented?
Yes. Okay. So part of their project was to develop solutions. What the solutions are? So the solutions are the same thing, right? Use technology, which we are using now, leverage on technology, at least for the time being, to stop climate change, find new materials, stronger materials that we can build higher. Yeah, so real practical examples, but it's like what we did in the fish tank, right? Technology can only do so much. We can put in more plants, put in more aerators, improve the water filtration. But my point is that technology can only do so much. It can only buy us so much time. We cannot change the fundamental fact that Earth has got finite resources. And if you are loading it, it ain't going to work. I mean, you look at the amount of waste that we are accumulating right now. So yeah, so that's so they have practical solutions, and those are being implemented today. But again, this leveraging on technology can only, as I say, do so much. It cannot solve the solution. There's no solution. Unless, of course, there's a huge big world war and everybody starts nuking each other, and then we reduce the population of the planet by 1/3. Yeah, then maybe we buy ourselves a bit more time. But apart from that, yeah, it's, I mean, in the long run, I think, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Hilda.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda, for your question, and thank you, Dr. Anthony, for your keen explanation.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Deepak L. Vaikar, Managing Partner at Edu Energy Consultants LLP, Chief Training Advisor at Takstra Solutions Private Limited, Associate Faculty at Overseas Universities, Vice Chair at IEEE Education Society, Singapore. His topic of presentation is Smart Education Amid Uncertainty, Pandemic and Beyond. Dr. Deepak has been involved in education, training, research and management fields for more than 3 decades. He has authored, co-authored book chapters, research articles, and policy papers on power, energy management, sustainable development, leadership, and education-related topics. He has served on various committees in professional bodies such as Chairman of the Institute of Electrical Electronics Engineers, Power and Energy Society Chapter, Singapore, and Vice Chair of IEEE Education Society Chapter, Singapore. He is a recipient of IEEE PES Education Power Engineers Award 2003 and SP Green Buddy Award 2004. Dr. Vaikar has been a member of the Board of Examiners of Singapore Certified Energy Managers Program. He has delivered invited keynote plenary and panel suggestion presentations on electric power, sustainable and clean energy, education management, sustainable development, and leading managing innovative student as well as faculty research and development programs on various topics such as sustainable and clean energy, designing and managing innovative student and faculty research and development projects, strategies for infusing blended learning, rethinking teaching and learning, entrepreneurship and transforming tertiary education. He has been offering advisory and consultancy services through Edu Energy Singapore and Takstra Solutions Singapore. He has been associated with the premier institutions and academics in India and in Singapore, as well as with British and Austrian universities offering engineering courses in Singapore. He is a senior member of IEEE USA and a life member of the Institution of Engineers India with PhD from the National University of Singapore, MS from the University of Saskatchewan, Canada, MTech from Banaras Hindu University, India, and Advocate PD Central in University Teaching from the University of Newcastle, Australia. He obtained PGDBM and BE from Nagpur University and Government Engineering College, Aurangabad in India, respectively. His research interests include sustainable energy development, rethinking teaching, learning and academic leadership, reinventing and transforming tertiary education, smart model for talent and leadership development, innovative project design and management, smart and microgrid. His hobbies include cricket, chess, and poetry. Let's have a look at his presentation.
You would like me to present? Shall I present it, or how you feel it now?
No, Doctor, I'm playing your presentation.
Okay, wonderful. Then I'm available for answering such questions.
Okay.
Hello, Tony. Yes. Good evening from Singapore. This is Dr. Deepak Vaikar. My presentation is on smart education amid uncertainty, pandemic, and beyond. This is my email address, and those who wish to continue to interact with me, I have been also given my contact number. Okay. I would like to take blessing of Goddess Saraswati Before we start, so Om Saraswati Namastuvyam Varde Kamurupini Vidyarambam Karishami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada. Okay, I'm invoking the blessing of Goddess Saraswati for making this conference and my presentation successful. Whatever I'm going to share with you is based on my personal study, research, interaction, and interactions with the experts and observation. And if you wish to make any decision to contact us, I have given my contact number and WhatsApp number. Agenda for today is current perception. What is the expectation of smart education? Proposed model, role of automation, AI and analytics, and AR. Summary and conclusions. Okay. Now, just in a chat box, you would like to put what is your feeling about the term smart education? That is the topic. Now, having advanced technology and gadgets with you, does it make it smart education? Or just because we have got smart cities, does it make it a smart education? Just we deploy all those smart gadgets. Will it make the education smart? It's all smart communication networking. Will it make education smart? That has been the question, okay? Using smart devices could be one of them. And we know that we are facing disruptions after disruptions, including climate crisis, that is uncertain world. We were already in vicious, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous scenario. To that added what is known as Corona effect, which massively disrupted traditional education system in an unprecedented way. Okay, unprecedented. For almost 2 years, we have to face that coronomics, and still it is going on. That is why they call it corona education. Now, how we will take care of it? Yes, it was what we call quickly grapple force online remote teaching. That was the one has been happening since almost March 2020. Lockdown, the great lockdowns, we know it, okay, because of that. And our all professors and teachers are turned into remo facers, remo lecturers. Okay? And those who have got devices, good quality, they had advantages. And those who were working for it, they were in surprise. They were trying to understand. And obviously, even people like him is not giving up. Then question arises, are colleges, institutions, and universities becoming outdated and irrelevant in view of advances in technology? Okay, put in chat box. And is there therefore need for alternative education model that can flourish? That is the question. Obviously, everybody talks about smart, which has been used in management literature, specific, measurable, achievable, result-oriented, and time-bound. Yeah, and which has become, I think, now not outdated also. What we did was we carried out some research, interacted with faculty members, educators, education managers, even students, other stakeholders, industries also. And based on that, we came up with attributes of smart education. We call smart education 5.0. So first attribute, they say it should be sustainable. We know what has happened to disruption just now. It needs to be market driven, okay? Market driven. Accountable. Accountability at various stages. Then resourcefulness, like how to adjust to this one. Okay, everybody was resorting to online, and there was a digital divide. Transformative in nature. So these are the 5 attributes we recommended. We call them 5 Pandav, 5 warriors. All of you know that now there is a war is going on between Ukraine and Russia. So we need warrior education also. We are on war footing to combat this pandemic. Therefore, we need warriors. And these are the 5 warriors or Panch Pandav, okay? And based on that, we can now design our education, smart education, design or redesign, as long as we are able to incorporate those Panch Pandav. Delivery mechanism, okay, smart delivery mechanism could be different. Now we can go for hybrid also if needed. Management also need to be smart, okay? Assessment also need to be smart. Assessment, outdated assessment has to be discontinued, and most important, leadership needs to be smart leadership. That is what we say, Panch Pandav, 5 warriors. So in every aspect of education, that will make education smart. Design, delivery, management, assessment, and leadership. Okay, and for that purpose, obviously for management, we need mentorship, very important part about it. Mentorship, training, motivation, advice, success, direction, coaching, support, and goal setting. All these are needed. So Panch Pandav with mentoring, okay? Typically Panch Pandav with Sri Krishna is there, then we will be able to overcome the challenges. Okay, so as I mentioned, attributes of smart education: 5, sustainable, market-driven, accountable, resourceful, transformative, and we need mentoring. Without that, it won't be successful. A question arises, they say, yes, you have got this smart education model. How are you going to incorporate in the key multidisciplinary holistic features of National Education Policy 2020 in curriculum of undergraduate degree courses? Okay, how? That has been the question. Okay, National Education Policy, yes, we can do it. We can integrate multidisciplinary and holistic education to design a foundation bachelor's degree program, foundation program, which is based on project-based learning, project-based internship, okay, not just for any other thing. Community service, soft skill, entrepreneurship, you name it, okay, whatever it is, it has to be part of it, not enrichment activity. Then just not mere electives, not just major, minor, not double degrees, okay, interdisciplinary projects. No. What we want is systematically designed multidisciplinary holistic. And then other aspects like sports, arts, drama, music, values, ethics, they are not mere extracurricular activities. Now they have to be part of it. It means it must be graded, properly designed bachelor's degree program, bringing humanity and dharma. That is what it will make it multidisciplinary holistic education in smart, with smart attributes. And for that purpose, obviously, we have to go back to one of the most powerful doctrine, what's called master-disciple doctrine. Disciple is at the center, but still master is needed. Gurukul Siddhanta, they call it knowledge, skill, ability, greed. Knowledge, skill, ability, greed. On x-axis, there is a knowledge, y-axis, there is a skill. All of them are mentioning about it. We need knowledge and skill, good combination. Green quadrant is a bachelor's, so everywhere bachelor's degree, learning, bachelor's degree. Whereas blue quadrant is a doers where industry is there. This is the industry, and orange quadrant is for the knower, those where we have got educators. So we have got industry here, industries here, and educators here. And there is a gap. This is where they say there is a gap. That gap has to be filled up, and that is where the role of guru or master will come. And if we combine with that our guna or okay, skills, ability, okay, which are rajasic, tamasic, and sattvic, okay, the rajas sattvic, if we can get it here, then we can implement this knowledge, skill, ability, greed to achieve whatever we want to design smart education. Yes, Industry 4.0 has given various gadgets. 5G is now getting AI is there, AR, VR, analytics. Now they can be integrated. That is, there is a role for that. Okay. How? Yes. Now, as I mentioned, another term I'm introducing, we can introduce RoboFacer, RoboChair or RoboChair. Whatever the routine matters can be passed on to RoboFacer, which can then do 24/7 to learn about. RoboFacer will teach routine, okay, standard education part smartly to learn about. Whereas we, the professor, potential role for we, the professor, teacher is to become, okay, like this, you can see we have got all the gadget, like you are seeing my gadget here. Okay, we have got the smartphones, analytics, devices. And what we'll do, we'll pass on the domain knowledge to the professor. If needed directly, we'll also pass on through IoTs and learning management system, any special knowledge intervention, and all routine ones will be given by RoboFacer. Here we can use all IoTs and AIs to make it more powerful, and also AR and VR, VR analytics. So we becomes edu chamber. As a professor, the routine jobs are passed on, so we can focus on higher level, bringing in critical thinking and other aspect needed by the industry. That is what the smart education model looks like. Then we have seen now, earlier students used to come from home to college and university. Yes, after relaxation, now that is again happening. All of them weren't there. But now what was happening during this time? Colleges and universities were going to homes and community. They were going over there. And again, homes and communities coming to colleges. Now that is where now there is a challenge now. If we go back to the old normal, then we are going to face same kind of disruption. Our assets which will be stranded, unnecessary investment. So proposed model can bring democratization of higher education, during uncertainty, pandemic and beyond, because now universities, colleges can go to homes and communities. And we should now utilize that. What we were doing it now, how we can hybridize the education, That is what the hybridization of education. Okay, democratization of education. That is what is needed. And for that is the vision. That is the vision, learning and beyond, reimagining learning and beyond. That is where smart education, amid uncertainty, pandemic and beyond. This is the model we are proposing it, and we invite all of you. Obviously, if you want to take something, there is a need for action plan. Now this can be transformed into action plan. We at Edu Energy offer such programs, such consultancy and workshop, so that transformation in education can happen. Feel free to contact us. Those who are interested to interact with me with LinkedIn, I have got 29,990 members already, plus I will still accept those are very keen to learn about the things I have just mentioned in this keynote. Another very popular program we conducted, integrated multidisciplinary holistic education. How to design systematically. I have shown you there, okay? How to do that properly, we will show you. Synergizing project-based learning and design thinking, okay? How we can do that, synergization. Yes, I have conducted such workshop. Whoever is interested, please contact us. We'll be happy to do that for you. And most importantly, knowledge, skill, ability, trilemma, which will take us to the education 5.0. Yes, as a IEEE Education Society, Singapore chapter, we are promoting it. We'll be very happy with smart education amidst uncertainty, pandemic, and beyond. That is what we brought to you. We really appreciate your time, and we are very happy to mention that this has been one of our goals to achieve smart education amid uncertainty, pandemic, and beyond. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share with you some of my views. You are most welcome to contact me at this email address and WhatsApp number. All the best to the remaining session for the conference. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. It was wonderful presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
Okay, just thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share, convey my best wishes to Charles. Okay, today he's not here, but I know his invitation has been the starting point for almost a year back. At that time, I was vice chair. Now I have become a chair of IEEE Education Society chapter, elected. Okay, elected as a chair. Thank you very much to add to that, and we'll be very happy. Okay, to work with anyone, because smart education is the future. We like it or not. We like it or not. It is going to be future.
Yes,
Earlier everybody was thinking, oh, how to do it, how much investment will be required, will you be able to cope with that? But in 18 months everything changed. 18 months everything changed. But there are some challenges in that also. Challenges are that not everyone is that good in delivering. Okay, delivering, because we have kept the same old syllabus, we have set the same old examination system, and we say only we'll do it online. That is why it is not working. Major of them say, students are saying, we want to go back to the classes. Okay, teachers say, okay, we want to teach you, you come over here. I don't know when I do online, whether you are really listening or not. You will just switch. Okay, all of them will do what will do. They will switch off their cameras, then they will go to silent mode, correct? And you don't know whether they are learning or not. All of us are facing that challenges. Now, how to hybridize it properly, how to bring that culture. That is the most challenging one. So the future is hybrid education will be required. We can't throw now. Okay, whatever we learn, we have to grow on that. Hybrid means they say, okay, yes, online is important as well as face to face. So how you combine that, synergize that appropriately? That is where our experience will come in. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share with you. Yes, sustainable development is also a very important topic. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Anybody who wants to add something or ask anything? Dr. Anthony, Dr. Hilda, do you want to say anything? Any questions from sir?
That is inspiring, actually. But I'm just thinking that our researches are helping our students most of the time. But the problem is sometimes the government cannot support these plans that we have for education, especially when it comes to the discussion of Dr. Deepak, because not all the government in our countries it can provide financial support, because when it comes to technology it requires financial help as well. So that comes our problem. But definitely what he has discussed here is really good, and it will help all of us. But the main problem boils in the financial support of the government. So
Okay.
I am hoping that the government can see how beautiful the researches of our fellows are giving. I mean, it's going to help the future of our countries, so that they will give more attention and support to our researches.
Okay. Thank you very much for your wonderful comment, Professor Hilda. Okay, let me just mention. Okay, when it happened in March 2020, what was government doing? Just locking you down, correct? Locking you down. Did they come to your rescue? No, you only went on Google, you only went on some other platform called it WhatsApp, whatever, and you saw it. So why you want everywhere government? I'm of the proponent that we should not allow too much government into our life. Okay, we the educators can make a decision. Now, question is very simple, ma'am. Do you want to invest in another big building, fancy building to be inaugurated by your minister or prime minister to show off, which will later on, after another wave comes in, it will lie idle? Or do we want to invest in the future of education? And if we, the people, we, the educators, make that policy, we want to invest in the future of the education appropriately. I'm not saying everything should be going 100% online. I'm not saying that. I say hybrid, appropriately. Okay. What will happen is, I can tell you, okay, we can work out, whosoever is interested, okay, we'll work out a policy paper that can address each and every aspect mentioned by you, including how to raise resources. Would you be interested? Okay. Now, only thing is, all those vice chancellors or deans and deans, HODs, they want fund to build something big, laboratory, big. Well, now we have to start thinking differently. Okay. And you can say now, example is today's conference. Today is very important conference. Congratulations. Do you think it would have been possible for all of us to do it at such a fraction of a cost? Just log in through your notebook, Zoom. If this conference, which was earlier planned to be either in Thailand or Singapore, I know Charles enjoys that. Sakshi has come over here, I remember, okay, a few years back. You want to come here, but now you have to fly, okay, your air ticket, your hotel, then your other expenses, then your travel time is gone there. How much wastage was there? Tony was talking about wastage. Who is talking about this wastage? Tell them. They can say, okay, no need ministers to fly. Enough of those government officials to fly to all other escorting places. Tell them that money they can invest in education straight away. That itself will be sufficient to build at least few schools and colleges, I can tell you. And now you don't need that big college or big infrastructure. You need only smart infrastructure. Yes, Tony. I think Tony has some contrary view, I know. I debate with him.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Anthony, Dr. Deepak wants to say something to you.
You have to unmute. Tell him to unmute first.
Yeah. Dr.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Deepak, go ahead.
Yes, okay. I know you were sinking. I thought you were sinking or thinking. I don't know. Okay. Okay. What happens is like you were going down and down, and I thought, but okay.
No, I was something. Yeah.
Go ahead. Now I know you're doing parallel processing, multitasking.
That's right.
And then you miss out. Okay. So that is what, as I mentioned. Okay. Now, what is your comment? Okay. We say now smart education. Enough of building big, okay, monuments, those old infrastructure of buildings after buildings after buildings. Come back to normal. Come back to reality.
Sorry, Deepak, you were talking to me, no?
Yeah, direct. That is why I've been asked by Sakshi to wake you up. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, actually, in fact, if I might go off on a tangent, but not too much of a tangent, I was reading your paper, Deepak, on the P-cube learning, right? Place, problem, yeah. So in terms of learning, this I really liked your presentation on that, but a different take on this is, today a lot of our jobs, like welding, for example, building cars, even mixing cocktails and stuff like that, that's being taken over by robots. So with the advancement of AI, these menial tasks, especially in production lines, in kitchens, it's actually being automated. So what does that mean for future work and future learning? What should be taught in schools so that those who are being displaced, whose jobs are being displaced by AI and robotics, how would that going forward? So in fact, it's very much like the structure that you're talking about. we have to really rethink the paradigm of teaching, what is relevant. So an interesting paper surfaced to say that the skills, the necessary skills that are needed for tomorrow's workforce are the 3 C's and I. So what are the 3 C's? The workers of the future, in fact, the near future, should be someone who can communicate very well. Communication is key. Number 2, this person, the workers must be able to collaborate, because in the future, everybody is working as a team. So nobody works in an isolated space. And that goes even for researchers and scientists. And the third one, 3 C's, are creativity. So they must be creative. They must be able to communicate. They must be able to collaborate. And I, innovation. So these are the 4 key things that are required for tomorrow's workforce. Otherwise, yeah, if you don't have this basic 4 skills sets, then yeah, you'll be totally be replaced by robots and AI. And the new thing that recently came out in terms of this problem, Deepak's problem place or project-based learning, they're saying that now even kids, they call it play learning. Even at early childhood, kids should be taught, and the kids learn best when they are playing and they're interacting. So they interact with their friends, they learn how to communicate, how to collaborate, and they innovate. And that's the best way of learning. So kids today, even from early childhood, we should do play-based learning. And once you cultivate that in early childhood, that can be transferred to when they go to primary school, secondary school, they go to college and universities, and eventually when they come out and work in the industry, they will be from young, have this paradigm of collaboration, communication, creativity, and innovation. So don't start when you're only in school or university and you do problem-based learning, or when you go to work and you work as a team and you do a project-based learning. No, start from early childhood, even as kids, kindergarten, because kids, they are very, very in tune. So you get them interested in play, and from playing, they learn something. That is the best time to teach them. So start from play-based learning right through when you're working, then you do project-based learning. So it's an entire process that goes from early childhood right into the workforce. So Deepa, I hope I've responded to your question, but also a bit of a tangent, but it's, yeah, in
Yes,
terms of
yes.
structures and yeah.
No, thank you very much. In fact, you have supported what I have been mentioning in today's presentation. And you like it or not, yes, many of those aspects have been incorporated in our model. And ours being focused being I had to restrict to higher education, because that is where my expertise is. I can't go too much into early child education because I'm not expert in that. So I will leave it that to those experts who how they want to do the play, okay, play, how they want to do the play, let them play, okay. The way they want to play, those are the experts in the early childhood. They are the one who will recommend. But for higher education, I have experience. I'm sharing about that. That is the only difference, I would say.
Yeah, in fact, this is not new, because you look at things like the Montessori system. That's actually play-based learning, and it's already been around for some time. But it's just that nobody calls it play-based learning. But in essence, it is learning through doing. That's the essence of it. It's very simple.
Those who are early childhood researchers, they have mentioned about it.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, that is why I'm focusing on higher education. If you go to the literature on the early child education, they have been promoting, they have been experimenting. That is why various schools, independent schools, play schools have come, and they are doing that once. But I do not want to venture into their area, because that is their expertise. I am only focusing on the adult, higher education, bachelor's degree and above. bachelor's degree and above, and where it is needed to be bringing up the technology at appropriate level, and faculty members also had to gear up to see that exactly what part is a standard one can be taught by robo. Okay, the only thing is the new creativity where is where we intervene. Okay, that was the only difference. Okay, thank you for your wonderful thoughts, Tony.
Yeah, maybe just as a parting shot, in Singapore, we have 5 polytechnics, 4 very traditional ones, and the new one that came out was called Republic of Singapore, Republic Polytechnic. And the unique part of this was that it's the teaching is a problem-based learning, or place-based learning. And this was the brainchild of, I think Deepak also knows him, Lau Tek Sing, Professor Lau Tek Sing. So when he was asked to head this new polytechnic, we said, right, I will do it, provided that we don't follow this traditional method, because we've already done that in the 4 existing polys. Let's do something different. So he did this approach, and I've seen a lot of the students, and I've spoken to a lot of students who graduated from this particular model. Let me share that because a lot of them came from very traditional schools, right? Academic, secondary schools, junior colleges. When they are confronted with this problem-based learning approach, some of them took to it very well. Some just cannot hack it because they have not been trained. So that's what coming back. If you do play-based learning all the way, problem-based learning all the way up to tertiary education, it's fine. But to throw somebody from this very traditional, straight-laced academic paradigm into something like problem-based learning, as I say, some of them do well, some of them don't. And I've got students who come to me in university from this polytechnic, this particular approach to learning. Some of them do very well. Most of them don't do well. Because they have, so I advocate that you cannot have a pure problem-based learning in tertiary education. There must be a blend between academic and problem-based learning. There's this happy medium in between. If you just say everything is problem-based learning, you get students who come out, those who do well and are very attuned to this sort of learning, and they're very motivated, they do their own research and their own studies, yes, they will do well. A lot of them, problem-based learning, well, let's say 5 in a group, right? 2 are really working, the other 3 are there for the ride. Yeah, so when they come to university, you can see the difference. So the fundamentals are not there, absolutely. Yeah, so that's my little contribution.
Okay, can I comment on that? Because
yeah,
that model is not working. The reason being they have not done the design properly. Okay, that is why. That is where I think in my model you have to redesign your curriculum. You can't have same old curriculum, outdated curriculum. You want to deliver in different way. That is where the major our education system is at present facing. You have got old same thing. We all of them converted online, but everything is same. Syllabus is same. Examination is same. And then that is where the most of loss came in. Okay, I think Prof. Law miss out that part. Okay, because he did not take into that aspect.
Yeah.
Probably okay. If you had read my paper, you would have thought differently. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Long back. Okay, I think Professor Chang wants to say something. Yeah, he wants to say something. Looks like. Anyone else? I think anyone else? So not to worry, problem-based learning is not a problem. Problem is what the system the way they were implementing. Problem was how they were implementing it, okay? And anything going, I would say purist theory, that is why I say problem in project-based learning, you have to synergize appropriately. You just put too much, blend it appropriately. Blending is that is the job of educators. You see, I have seen that I put that one, okay? The slide, if I want, I can show the slide one more time for everybody, okay? The slide is blending. We, the educators, not hands off. We are there to bringing the changes. Our routine job is pass on to the automation, robotics, AI, analytics. Routine job are passed on to them. But still, thinking part is with us, with the educators. What is it to be brought in so that their skills are useful? Okay.
Okay.
I'm very happy that there's a good discussion. I think anyone else wants to say something, otherwise I back to
Pretty sure that's a good idea because we can all already adopt your presentation and the others, but we also need to consider the settings in our own places so that the other model or techniques or approaches will be effective because we cannot just adopt something without analyzing our own situations so that we can also give justice to the researches of other researcher. We can apply it, but we have to also check if the situation fits our situation because there are underlying factors that may affect the results. So I guess we researchers should be careful of that as well.
We need not only, I think careful is too old. Okay, now we have to be more, we researchers have to be bold to tell them, okay, this is what has now shown by research. Careful is only coming back to only writing very politically acceptable simple one. No, something. I think Dr. Froley and Mobo, you wanted to say something. I think you wanted to say something.
So you have already mentioned that everything is so well said, so I'll just have to listen.
Okay, I thought you were raising hand. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much, Professor Hilda. Okay, I think I know. Okay, so we will have new model next time. Okay, next, I think next time they are coming to Singapore. Tony, watch out.
His mic is mute actually.
Yeah, that is what he's
thinking. I can hear you. Yeah, so right.
He's thinking. Okay.
Yeah, most welcome to Singapore.
Yeah, he's okay. Okay, because you know the sea water is rising, so slowly sea water rising, he goes down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anthony, and thank you, Dr. Deepa, for such a healthy discussion. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Froilan Mobo, Assistant Director, Department of Research and Development from Philippines Merchant Marine Academy. His topic of research is educational research amidst the global pandemic. Dr. Froilan is a graduate of Doctor in Public Administration from Urdaneta City University class of 2016 and also a graduate of second doctorate degree PhD in development education at the Central Luzon State University, Nueva Ecija, Philippines. After obtaining his doctorate degree, he was promoted and designated to the position of Assistant Director or Extension Coordinator and Associate Professor of the Department of Research, Development and Extension in Philippine Merchant Marine Academy. And this gave him an opportunity to work with different international research institutions, such as Regional Director and PhD Lecturer in Cell Academic Malaysia, lecturer in the Graduate School Columban College, Olongapo City. He was also appointed as the editor-in-chief in the International Journal of Multidisciplinary Applied Business and Educational Research, Malang, Indonesia. As a researcher by heart, he is an external peer reviewer in various international research journals and has been invited as keynote or resource speaker in various international conferences abroad and international universities around the globe. In 2019, he was awarded as an outstanding alumnus in the Graduate School of Urdaneta City University, Pangasinan, and was a multi-awarded international researcher and global leader from 2020 and at present. Recently, he was appointed as the Ambassador at Large, Country Ambassador and Director for the International Human Rights Movement Philippines under the umbrella of the United Nations. At present, he was appointed as Technical Research Evaluator by the Department of Science and Technology and was able to publish 56 research articles with 23 citations in ResearchGate and 13 citations in Google Scholar indexed in Google Scholar, EBSO, DOAJ, ISI, and Crossref. He also published 12 international books in Europe, Indonesia, and India. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Farlin D. Bobo of the Philippines from the Department of Research, Development, and Extension of the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy. So my task for tonight, so I welcome you all to this conference. So my task for tonight is to discuss about educational research amidst the global pandemic. So as we all know, research is very important and plays a vital role in this time of pandemic. So it's very important for us to adopt other learning methodologies, especially in adopting research in this global platform. So my first is part of that is we need to identify the emerging technology researches. For example, as we define technologies in the present situation and significance in this field amidst the pandemic is this is to help and support and of course the situation that what we have. So the purpose of this emerging technologies, this would be able to help to adapt technologies and be able to help our economy to go back the way it is before. So part of that is we have to consider the emerging technologies as part of this new trend, especially in this time of pandemic. For example, shifting from the normal situation to the new situation. So part of that is available in the near future and are still evolving and will impact in the future, especially using the emerging technologies in research platform. So the education trends in the 2020, especially in this time of pandemic, is that most of the universities and even colleges, even training centers have already evolved and transcend and use different platforms in delivering their educational and presenting the research. For example, most of them are using now Google Scholar or ResearchGate and other ICT tools that can be used in delivering quality research output, especially in research. So as you take a look in my screen, you can easily search your research using this technology platform using Google Scholar. So once you key in the keyword, definitely you would be able to check the citations, the input factor, and the updates which your research has been cited by a present author. And part of that, for the available technology for today, so technologies plays a vital role that are new but are available today through an information technology support or a vendor's partner. For example, Google Scholar is a free platform that can be used for doing research and maximizing it the way it is. Instead of looking for software which is paid or licensed, you can also use other software to for educational research use. So, for example, we have a graphical information system. It is being defined that it is a system designed to capture, store, manipulate, analyze, manage, and present all types of data. A good example for that is Google Map.
So Google Map plays a vital role in capturing all the locale of your study in your research, and it can be uploaded in the system. And then part of it, for example, the data source from it will be used for capturing all the data. And then another technology that we can use is the voice over IP. For instance, this is a technology that allows you to make video calls just like what we're doing right now using Zoom and other platforms, Google Meet. Okay, we can use this for doing data gathering or doing interview or focus group discussion in terms of research. So that is the benefits of the VoIP or the voice over IP using emerging technologies in research. Then on the horizon, technologies that plays a vital role are really new, especially in this time of pandemic, and are also be used in other future purpose. So for example, for the virtual networking, it's a technology that facilitates data communications between two or more virtual machines, and it can also be used for research presentation, just like what we're doing right now, for example, using Zoom, Google Meet, and other applications that can be done by doing research conferences and presentation in a virtual mode, even if you will not go to the actual place. So cloud computing also plays a vital role because this is an on-demand ability of computer system that can be stored remotely. So you can store your research or other data which is available, and it can be downloaded anytime, anywhere. Just a single click, you can easily download, for example, your research, and then it can easily be indexed, or it can easily be cited. So part of this technology, we have the applications, platform, infrastructure in doing the emerging technologies in education research. When you do this, so we need an infrastructure to do this type of emerging technologies in research. And it plays a vital role. For example, in this time of pandemic, it is very important to adopt things which is really part of the system, and we need to do this as part of the new normal thing. So another is we have the Web Tip 2.0, which refers to the websites that emphasizes user-generated content, which can be used for a participatory culture and interoperability for end user, which can also be used easily because of its interface. For example, the use of Facebook or Google Scholar. So by using that, you can easily do research by key in the keyword. And of course, the future of data, emerging technologies in the field of research focus on the cloud that was started in the 2013, but it's being given emphasis in the 2015 and also in the 2018 by starting the usage of artificial intelligence as part of their technology transformation. And so in 2018 will be remembered as a landmark year in the history of data economy, which is marked by a dramatic increase of consumer awareness of the power, scope, and risk of corporate data strategies, and by sweeping the old way to regulatory environment in this time of pandemics. It's very important that even you are not really knowledgeable in ICT, you have to adapt things because this is our trend right now. In doing research, it's very important to know ICT technology platforms. Okay, and then the cloud grows up because based on the survey that they have gathered, 200 business technology executives to better understand and how to employ this type of platform. So consistent with an earlier version of the same survey, the results show widespread enthusiasm in the cloud technology platform. So it's very important that we adopt this and use this type of process. So example of emerging technologies in research is that these are example of emerging technology rather than the commonly used technology or part of in the future technology. In fact, many of them are still emerging years after the initial emergence, and as it's the case with technologies like robotics and artificial intelligence will continue to radically reshape themselves and thus continue emerging, especially in this time of pandemic. So example of emerging educational technologies that I've shown to you on your screen is the audio augmented reality or AR, which can be used in delivering quality education, for example, in practical cases or laboratory. We need to use augmented reality plus the virtual reality to present this scenario. And of course, 3D printing, robotics, and adaptive learning algorithms that can be used for in doing research. For example, you can do searching for literature review by using Google Scholar, academia, and research as part of your technological platforms in doing research or do submission of those research. So we can also include asynchronous learning and micro-learning and associated micro-credentials for doing research, especially later or tomorrow we'll be doing a presentation using this platform again. So live streaming, school to school, school to expert, remote teaching, and learning via Zoom and other also this type of platform. So AI has been there, social learning. So obviously, this is close related to blended learning from asynchronous and asynchronous learning. So learning games and simulation also plays a vital role because this will develop the skill of the students to respond on the global changes that we have right now. So educational technology trends between the 2 years ago, we already I mentioned already that we can use big data, machine learning, and of course the Internet of Things were the biggest educational technology trends as of 2019. However, distance learning has become the one trend that rules them all. For example, that I want to say is, for example, we have the University of the Philippines Open University. They're already using this platform as part of their delivering quality education. So if someone asks you, online education really works, of course the answer there is yes. So take note that as of now, we're still in the process of doing things, adapting things. For example, the latest tech trends in the 2020 and 4 year into 2020 are being revolutionized with strong focus on connectivity, versatility, and student-centered learning. So what is important is let's take a look at the latest top 10 trends in educational technology. Okay. So it speaks that one of the biggest barriers to incorporating emerging technologies in the classroom is fear on how to implement them. But since we already have a guidelines, it should be strengthened so that we can work out things which is really important. So I think that would be all. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss about the future trends of research amidst the pandemic. So thank you and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Froilan. It was an amazing presentation. Would you like to add anything to it? Dr. Froilan, your mic is mute.
It's really important that even it's pandemic, ma'am, using those technology that I have mentioned, it's really a part that is really helpful to combine those technologies and to do those research that can be used for doing a collaborative research. For example, doing an artificial intelligence, an augmented reality study. It can combine just like what those previous speakers mentioned a while ago. So it's a high time now that the government must support these projects or studies that can be used by other countries. So I think that would be all. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Anybody having any queries related to Dr. Froilan's presentation may ask or leave in the chat section. Okay, moving ahead with the conference. We have the team activity and photo session now. So I would request everyone to please turn on your cameras. We'll proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion. Today's topic of discussion is how false news can spread, and the video credit goes to TED Talk. Let's have a look at the presentation. Thank you for your patience. We are experiencing some glitches.
Is that false news that their video will be shown?
There's a quote usually attributed to the writer Mark Twain that goes, "A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes." Funny thing about that, there's reason to doubt that Mark Twain ever said this at all, thus, ironically, proving the point. And today, the quote, whoever said it, is truer than ever before. In previous decades, most media with global reach consisted of several major newspapers and networks which had the resources to gather information directly. Outlets like Reuters and the Associated Press that aggregate or re-report stories were relatively rare compared to today. The speed with which information spreads now has created the ideal conditions for a phenomenon known as circular reporting. This is when publication A publishes misinformation, publication B reprints it, and publication A then cites B as the source for the information. It's also considered a form of circular reporting when multiple publications report on the same initial piece of false information, which then appears to another author as having been verified by multiple sources. For instance, the 1998 publication of a single pseudoscientific paper arguing that routine vaccination of children causes autism inspired an entire anti-vaccination movement, despite the fact that the original paper has repeatedly been discredited by the scientific community. Deliberately unvaccinated children are now contracting contagious diseases that had been virtually eradicated in the United States, with some infections proving fatal. In a slightly less dire example, satirical articles that are formatted to resemble real ones can also be picked up by outlets not in on the joke. For example, a joke article in the reputable British Medical Journal entitled "Energy Expenditure in Adolescents Playing New Generation Computer Games" has been referenced in serious science publications over 400 times. User-generated content, such as wikis, are also a common contributor to circular reporting. As more writers come to rely on such pages for quick information, an unverified fact in a wiki page can make its way into a published article that may later be added as a citation for the very same wiki information, making it much harder to debunk. Recent advances in communication technology have had immeasurable benefits in breaking down the barriers between information and people. But our desire for quick answers may overpower the desire to be certain of their validity. And when this bias can be multiplied by billions of people around the world nearly instantaneously, more caution is in order. Avoiding sensationalist media, searching for criticisms of suspicious information, and tracing the original source of a report can help slow down a lie, giving the truth more time to put on its shoes.
Okay. So I will request everyone to please contribute towards topic of discussion. Dr. Huda Alazmi, Hani Mustafa, please turn on your cameras. Okay, we'll start with pay you. Yeah, I can see you're sitting quietly for such a long time.
Okay. On this topic, I want to share the experience of mine. The last time I saw an aid from to clarify information, and it's made me curious, so I to read all. And it's from the YouTube, and the YouTuber is introduce a product, and a few times he is popular, so many article to write the same thing from his content. And once the time he makes something mistake, just a serious product is, he say it was vegan, but one of them are not. One of them is not a vegan. So whole article to write the same thing, and whole article is made mistake. So the YouTuber pay a lot of money to buy a lot of advertisement to clarify this thing on the social media like Facebook and Instagram to clarify this thing. It's made me think it's funny. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Moving ahead, I would like Hani to comment on the topic.
Thank you and hello everybody. Yeah, on the circular reporting as well as fake news, I think now the trend is that people see knowledge as power. And because of that, people want to be the first to be seen, spreading it. It doesn't matter if it's real or otherwise. It's about that satisfaction of being the first one to disseminate the information, to get it circulated. That's why you see the trend of people, whenever there is an emergencies or anything like that, they are more concerned about taking a picture first, circulate first before you render assistance. So that is the trend that is happening right now, and that has contributed to the widespread of fake news. I think it will take a long time for us to really get rid of these. It takes education, personal belief, and a lot of other things. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. Sheng Guan, your views on the topic? Yeah, Sheng Guan Chang. You're muted, sir. Yeah.
Hello. I have no idea. Thank you. I have no idea.
Okay. Dr. Hilda, your views on the topic?
I guess we should not be like the rest who wants to spread news immediately. We should always verify the validity of the news, because when it is already spread, we cannot take it away. We cannot take it back. So the damage has been done. If there will be damage if we spread wrong information, because nowadays people doesn't have much time to validate or to analyze whether it's true or not. So I guess it's better we only share what we are we are sure about. We are certain that it is true, because sharing information may be helpful, but it can also give a bad effect. Especially people nowadays are very busy. Yes, and social medias are very powerful. The people there wanted to be famous. I mean, not to be famous, or maybe they wanted to be recognized. But the thing is, we should also note that in using those technologies, we should be careful and we should also care for other people as well. Because we're not only expressing ourselves, we are also influencing the public. So we should also think wisely what we are posting in there, sharing in there, so that we can influence the public for the better. That could be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda. Very well explained. Tune Tong Jan, please turn on your camera. Tune Tong, am I audible? Okay. Haneen, please turn on your camera.
Hello.
Hello, Haneen. Please turn on your camera and say something on the topic of discussion.
Well, my view on this topic is maybe to find the fact from its original sources.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what, like, such as, let's say, news. We can find it in the radio. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Anthony.
Okay. My response is actually very simple. Fake news is interesting, it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of sensationalism, whereas the truth is very boring. Yeah, so people like this kind of sensationalism, and let me give you two examples of this. One was last week. I received this again through WhatsApp, social media, that Putin's grandfather is actually from China. Yeah, and so they even took a picture and gave a long history of, wow, the grandfather came from China and father and all that sort of thing, and married into Russia, and so it was so believable. And of course, people don't think. So I'm sure all of us belong to chat groups. All right. So when you receive this, oh, this is interesting, forward to everybody. And so suddenly it goes viral. Yeah, so it's, and some people just even produce videos to spread fake news, and they want to see how viral it goes. Well, so they produce a video and it went viral in 10 days, 10 million people watching it. So there's a lot of satisfaction. And I'm sure you might have seen, probably, in fact, even the mainstream, the media showed this in the Ukraine-Russia war. They showed one car driving along, then suddenly there's another armored vehicle came and purposely rolled over this car and rolled over it several times and rolled back, and then suddenly it was a miracle that this driver came out unhurt, all right, unharmed. And this was even shown on CNN and a lot of mainstream media. But the fact is, this never happened in the Ukraine-Moscow war. This was some time ago, and they just put it together as a form of sensationalism. This thing never actually happened. But because you see it on mainstream media, in the news, CNN, and CNBC, and all that, you take it to be, this happened. Look at how terrible these Russians are. The poor Ukrainian old lady, in the car. Lucky she didn't die. But it's fake. But it was so sensational, right? The war was going on, and they produced this video. They took it from somewhere else and say, oh, this, and the fact that mainstream media showed it, then we take it, it's from CNN or some mainstream news media, DW or Sky News or BBC, that it must be true. So so I think fake news, this sort of thing, very sensational, and that tends to be faster because people like this sort of thing, right? Oh, wow, look at this, but nobody takes the time to fact check it. And sometimes, as you say, circular reporting, it's even, let's say, BBC showed it, and then CNN say, oh, BBC showed it, it must be real, right? And so forth, and then, it goes round and round and round. So, so my response to that is, fake news is a lot of fun. The truth is very boring.
Very true. Dr. Deepak, your views on the topic?
Thank you very much. I think a lot of good things, whatever has to be said has been said. One thing I would say, circular news reporting depends on us. Okay, hype will be there for a certain period. People will think it is enjoyment, something, and then later on discredited. They will stop seeing it. Probably one part. Okay, two. As you are seeing it, that this fake news is used as a weapon nowadays. Okay, even in the wars. Okay, fake news used in elections. Okay. In India, in America, okay, in various places, and now Australia is thinking about putting restrictions on social media during the election time. So they already given notices to Google, to Facebook, that if they want to come. In fact, I think there are a few countries who are really now clamping on them. If you want to be part of like a news reporting or something, then you have to register, and then you'll be treated like that you take the responsibility. At present, what happens is Facebook, somewhere else, America, what they publish, they say we have whatever standards, but whatever we write, we don't care, because we can't control what Sakshi writes, we can't control what Hani writes, but can't control what Tony writes, correct? And then we are just only medium providing them. They say no more, as long as you're hosting it, now you take responsibility. So those are things are coming now. People are seeing, because earlier fun part Tony has mentioned was, as long as it was a fun, everything, people were not much bothered. But when people are losing life, people are losing property, people are creating hatred amongst community, people are creating divisions among the society, that is where I think it has to be clamped, and that is where then all sane-minded should come. Enough is enough. Hopefully, as I was looking for, where is our speaker who was talking about the edu technology? He's vanished. Okay, he vanished. Is he still there or not? Okay. After his presentation, I was to ask him the same question now. Will the technology, AI, analytics, big data, will they be able to solve this one and quickly clamp on within, because AI can be very fast, correct? They clamp on very quickly, and then such news, such articles vanishes from the social media. That could be one part. Obviously, others will say, who are those AI to censor me, correct? That will be interesting, but I think if that is developed properly, that is, AI can be used appropriately, proper coding with ethics body there, okay, supervising them, then it could be little bit only reducing menace. Okay, menace. The only thing what I want is, as long as fun is there, something enjoy, throw it there. But if it is going to cause harm to the humanity, is going to cause poison the children and young minds, if it's going to create enmity, hatred amongst us, then we the people have to be proactive to take actions. Little bit controversial, but let me state that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Deepak. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your views on the topic. We'll move ahead with the conference.
You're supposed to take photograph. What happened with that?
We have taken.
Oh, you have taken. We don't know that. Oh, okay. Oh, so we don't know where we are smiling or not smiling. Can't photograph. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, guys, I have a class to teach, so I need to take my leave. But yeah, everybody, happy conferencing.
Okay, Dr. Anthony. Okay, thank you for coming here. Thank you.
Okay, so is it also possible for me to be excused, ma'am?
Sir, it will be our pleasure if you continue sitting here and continue with our present conference.
Okay, one more session I will say, because somebody was chasing me. Okay, that's okay.
Our first presenter of the day is Huda Alazmi, Curriculum and Teaching Methods Department, Kuwait University from Kuwait. His topic of presentation is the benefits of geographic information systems on students' learning in social studies classrooms, a systematic literature review. His abstract is on the screen.
Hello, do you want me to share my screen?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Let's have a look at the presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Hudal Azmi. I'm from Kuwait University. Today, I would like to talk about my research paper entitled The Benefits of Using GIS or Geographic Information System in Student Learning in Social Studies Classroom, a systematic literature review. In introduction, I would like to start with talking about what does the GIS mean. The GIS or Geographic Information System is a combination of, as we see in the picture, a combination of hardware, software, and geographic data that captures, manage, analyze, and displays all forms of geographic information. Last recent years, geographic information systems are becoming very important in all aspects of daily life. The GIS is a type of information technology that can help people to understand and relate to the what, when, how, and why question to the world through the answer of where. It enables users to collect, store, and process, analyze, and present spatial data as well as to visualize multiple layers of geographic data in order to recognize relationship and trends. This is the importance of GIS in general, but in my research I would like to focus more in educational field or how the GIS has a great potential in education field or in social studies classrooms in specific. The affordances of GIS can play a critical role in education. The objective of my research is to investigate how the GIS has a great potential in student learning in social studies classroom. Objectives is I conducted a systematic literature review, and this systematic literature review seeks to shed light on the value of GIS in social studies classroom. It discusses the benefits of GIS use on learning and seeks to clarify what the research says about the impact of GIS on learning in social studies classroom specifically. It is important to fully explore all aspects of the literature in order to increase the awareness of the teacher, education stakeholders, and policymakers who may affect the future decisions. To achieve the research objectives, I conducted a systematic literature review. I follow 4 major steps. The first one, I select the database. I used 4 databases. The first one is ERIC, the second Teacher Reference Center, the third one is GeoReferences, and the fourth one is Google Scholar. In step 2, I used 4 search terms or 3 search terms. The first one is Geographic Information System or GIS. The second term is Student Learnings or Student Achievement. The third search term is Social Studies Classroom or Geography Classroom or History Classroom. I found that 63 articles in total, 17 duplicated, and I delete them, 44 articles remaining. To select the best articles that met my objective, I select the criteria, inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria, the articles must be reported in empirical study, qualitative, quantitative, or mixed method. The articles also should be reported in the scope of education from 6 to 12 schooling years, Also, the article should be reported in English, peer-reviewed, and fully text accessible. The exclusion criteria: I exclude all articles discuss the GIS in technical or designing view, or all articles that are descriptive study without participant outcome. 11 articles met the inclusion and exclusion criteria. I analyzed this article using the qualitative analysis. The results: the benefits of using GIS in social studies classroom have or has 5 major benefits. The first one is critical thinking, performance and achievement, motivation, culture awareness, and positive attitude. The theme number 1 is critical thinking. 4 articles found that using GIS in social studies classroom foster critical thinkings and problem-solving skills, especially the spatial thinking. The research found that using the GIS helps students to solve problems from the spatial aspect. The theme number 2 is performance and achievement. 3 studies found that using GIS instruction led to increase students' achievement and performance. The third theme is motivation. 4 articles indicated that using GIS in social studies classroom increases student motivation and interest. The fourth theme is culture awareness. Using GIS in culture lessons in social studies increase student culture awareness and empathy. Theme number 5, positive attitude. Using GIS also revealed that students had positive attitude toward GIS and learning. The conclusion is using GIS has a great potential in developing student skills and knowledge. Using GIS also supports a constructivism classroom in which students work in a group to create their own map. Students also engage in critical thinking and problem solving as a member of a group, and each student is responsible for his or her own learning. Also, using GIS should not be limited to just geography classroom, but should also be integrated in social studies classroom, such as in history lessons, and used to support the decision-making process. The limitation of this study also has a several limitation. In this study, I used electronic database, and it is possible that I missed some articles. Also, I focused or I also collected the data up until January 2017, and some articles may have been published after this date. Also, in my study, I just focus on the positive aspect or on just benefits of using GIS, and I didn't focus on the challenges or the difficulties of using GIS. Future research. The future research can be expanded on this work by considering more recently published article by updating this literature review. Also, the future research can also use more research method. Also, the future research can addresses more topics such as the challenges and difficulties of using GIS. The future research may also address how using GIS in social studies classroom fosters student learning by focusing on the process or how the GIS could be used in the best way. These references. Also, if anyone has a question, you can contact me by email or after the session by Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Huda Razmi. It was a very super presentation. So, do you want to add anything to it?
No, thank you so much. And I'm so happy to be here. If anyone have question, you can ask me.
Okay, it's a pleasure that you are here, Dr. Huda. And anybody having any questions related to a presentation may leave in the chat section. Okay. Moving ahead with our conference. The next presenter for the day is Sheng Yuan Chang, Department of Industrial Education, National Taiwan Normal University from Taipei, Taiwan ROC. His topic of research is a study of the students' participation motive in high school sports club. His abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yuan. Today my topic of report is a study of student participation motive in high school sport club. Outline, introduction, math, findings and decision and conclusions. In Taiwan, three major parts of sport activity: physical education, sport club, sport team. In my study, I'm focused in sport club. Introduction. The purpose of the sport club: increase student productivity and time to participate in sport club has been sport policy of the central and the local government. The role of sport club home participation in a school sport club can make up for the difference of the PE class time and promote the inside and the outside complex activity and communication. Introduction. A fair sport club in student. First class in sport club, students can establish a sense of accomplishment of teamwork, spring, and stimulate interest in physical activity by means of physical fitness activity. Promote student compliance development. Sport club to make up for lack of physical education. Most of physical activity during ordinariness in school PE class. Sellers, so that PE class alone can measure the amount of physical activity with multiplications. Purpose: understanding motivation of a student participants in sport clubs. Understanding the physical score of high school students to particularly in sport clubs. Research or questions. Explore the motivation of students participating in sport club. Listen for such a understanding of student sport club. Math. Research design. The quality research. Theory based is grand theory. Sport club 3+, fire, observation, focus ground interviews, semi-structured interviews. Yes. Study participants. The study adult purpose sampling used the archery club in Taipei City as a study participant choice by the sampling way for conform to research question and conform to the Vermaninus. The study of contained a total of 6 in-depth interviews about high school student participation in sport clubs, with 11 respondents aged from 16 to 18, including 5 females, 6 males, and all respondents are students from sport club. Field observation. related research and read. Develop research questions. Detergent research math. Some interest interviews. Develop the studying tools. Develop interview outline. Focus group interview. Data analysis. Write a Python. Opening coding. Writing research report. Research tool interview outline. Questions: the history of life. 1. What do you participate in school art club? Explain the price for your background. Interpretation type. 2. Who support you just sport class? Why? 3. What do you think sport club in the most experienced place? 4. About private school. What a bigger performance? 5. Do you like your club? Why? 6. What the most unforgettable is right your club? 7. How do you feel when you are in the club? 8. What have you learned? How do your life change? 9. Do you encourage students to participate in sport club? Situational questions. 10. If someone prevents you from joining the sport club, what should you do? Assuming question. 11. If you are parents, do you encourage your children to participate in sport club? Could you explore the reason? The simulations. 12. Future studies. What will you choose? Regular class or sport class? Why? Analysis. Data analysis. Quantity theory. 1. Semi-structured interview and focus group interviews. 2. Recording data and the redacted government of text and code. 3. Re-encoding data. Look for correlation of data. 4. Scene coverage. 5. Event and scene in the data category continuous to compare, detail, merge, and sort. 6. Support student context. The interpretation of data. Open coding. 1. One data link. 2. SR coding. 3. Something. Higher order scene. 5. Global dimension. Reliability and validity. Just coding. To cover research, this study used people common criteria of qualitative research of the literacy testing standard, including reality, the transferability, and the reliability in the process of all the interviews and data analysis, and the research should be neutral and try to accord response argument, reduce excess in final discussion, and then adopt open attitude to face all the quality information in order to reduce research biases. Data interpretation check. This study impute and its beauty and duality by translation of the share of information. Based on that, information collection of the study includes the field survey and very in-depth interviews, focus group interviews, etc. And all information can be interactive. Fun and discussion, student participation, motive in high school, sport club, server demand, interest, physical fitness promotion, focus promotion, commercial reason promotion, social support, peer influence, family support, teacher support, interpersonal interaction, ritual cooperation, reset, self-actualization, expression and positive, sense of accomplishment. Partisan discussion, self-denial, interest, assured belong. 2. Physical freedom promotion, assure belong. 3. Focus promotion, assure belong. 4. Prior resistance promotion, assure belong. 2. Social support. 1. Peer influence, assure belong. 2. Family support, assure belong. 3. Teacher support, assure belong. 3. International interaction. 1. Mutual accommodation. Sport club is made up of male students who like to do sport. In a club, students must cooperate mutually to complete team competition, which make the sport more interesting. Social belong, to respect. Class sportsmanship is to respect yourself and others. Be humble to history and gracious in feet. To quote a good sport category is a better quality education, social belong. 4. Self-actualization. 1. Exploration of potency. Modular pressures can stimulate students' more potential, but it may also lower student ability. One can produce more energy by adjustment of he or her mood. Sports provide students with separation of judgment of themselves to increase their potential and show belong. 2. Sense of contentment. Sport club are relative. Competitions and combinations with other schools make students gain grown of experience and a sense of achievement in this purpose of actual calculations. It was concluded that the high school students joined the sport club due to meet the self-demand being influenced by social support, suffering from the interpersonal interaction with good learning students, and inspiring the possibility of self-actualization. Further research should be report the different sport club student motivation. Thank you, everyone. Listen.
Thank you, Shenguan. It was a wonderful presentation. So, would you like to add anything to it? Shenguan, would you like to
Yes.
add anything to it?
No. If anyone have any question, I show my email ID. You can send me. I will answer. Thank you. Yesterday I
Okay.
catch your call. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sheng. Anybody having any query may ask to Sheng or may leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter of the day is Xiun Tang Zhan from Department of Industrial Education, National Taiwan Normal University from Taipei, Taiwan, ROC. His topic of research is the learning effectiveness of technical high school students for cutting vegetables through virtual reality. His abstract is on the screen. Okay. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are studying at Department of Industrial Education in National Taiwan Normal University in Taiwan, Republic of China. It's our honor to have the presentation of our research. Our research is the learning effectiveness of cutting vegetables through virtual reality practice by technical high school students. Our research background and motivation. The technology of VR and AR have applied for many technical training, include the medical research, precision technology, police duty, and railway equipment operation. We want to study the VR technology applied to the technical training for the technical high school students and explore the relationship between the spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, experience value, and learning effectiveness. And our research objectives: understanding the performance of learners on spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, experience value, cognitive load, and learning effectiveness when they use the VR material per research questions. We want to understanding the difference in the performance of learners of different genders in spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, experience value, and learning effectiveness, and understanding the difference in the performance of learners in different schools in spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, experiential value, and learning outcomes, and understanding the difference in spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, experiential value, and learning effectiveness of learners with or without working experience. We have 5 sections for our literature. Section 1, Space Capability. Section 2, Visual Kinetic Integration Ability. Section 3, Somatosensory Learning. Section 4, Experiential Value. Section 5, Cognitive Load. Section 6, Learning Effectiveness. For our research design and implementation, This is our research process, and for our research method and structure. The research purpose of this study is to explore the performance of individuals in terms of spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, intellectual value, practical value, interesting value, and learning effect when they use the VR interface for learning. The sampling method of this study adopts the intentional sampling, and the students are many students in the catering department of two technical high schools. The research design is a survey research method and is conducted by a questionnaire survey. In this study, students were asked to use the VR cooking master kitchen assistance system first, and then the questionnaires were distributed to conduct the survey. For our research hypothesis, we have 11 hypotheses for our research. H1. Spatial ability correlates with cognitive load. H2. Scientific and technological innovation awareness is related to cognitive load. H3. Cognitive load correlates with the value of inquisitiveness. H4. Cognitive load correlates with utility value. H5. Cognitive load is associated with the value of fun. H6. The value of intellectual curiosity is related to the learning outcomes. H7. Practical value is associated with learning outcomes. H8. Interesting value is associated with learning outcomes. H9. There are significant differences in spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, knowledge-seeking value, practical value, interesting value, and learning effect between learners of different genders using the VR kitchen assistance preparation master system. H10. There are significant differences in spatial ability, technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, knowledge-seeking value, practical value, interesting value, and learning effect among learners in different schools using VR kitchen assistance preparation master system. H11. Whether there is part-time work experience, learner using VR kitchen assistance preparation master system have significant differences in spatial abilities, scientific and technological innovation awareness, cognitive load, intellectual value, practical value, interesting value, and learning effect. And this is our research model. Research planning. Research object. In this study, students from the catering department of two technical high school participated. Sample, intentional sampling. Score KP, 196 persons. Score ZJ, 171 persons. For VR Kitchen Assistant Introduction. These are the VR actual test condition. After VR test and questionnaire survey, the data processing are analysis of sample characteristics, project analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, structure in question model analysis, and independent sample t-test. Research results and analyze. Section 1. Analysis of sample characteristics. And this is project analysis, scientific and technological innovation consciousness. This is item analysis for the cognitive load. And this is intellectual value. And then is the practical value. Interesting value. And this is reliability and validity summary table for each dimension. This is aspect discriminate validity summary table. And overall model fit summary table. And this is research model result. This is summary table for direct and indirect effect. And this is analysis of the performance of various aspects of different genders. This table is analysis of the performance of various aspects of different schools. And this table is analysis of the performance of various aspects of whether you have catering work experience. Research discussion. According to the split attention effect theory, when an individual is processing geometric information, if the geometric information is presented in multiple perceptual forms, the individual potential must be dispersed to multiple external stimuli, which will produce cognitive load. When they exceed their maximum cognitive load, resulting in lower learning outcomes, the phenomenon will also be happen in mixed reality and digital environment. H1. Spatial ability to cognitive load. The result is negative correlation. H2. Technological innovation, awareness to cognitive load. The result is no influence. H3 and 4 and 5. Cognitive load to intellectual value, practical value, interesting value. The results are significant negative correlation. For H6 and 8, intellectual value and interesting value to learning effect. The results are significant positive correlation. For H7, practical value and learning effect. The result is no influence. For different school to cognitive load and intellectual value, the result is significant difference. For part-time work experience had significant differences in the learning effect. Conclusion. For our research conclusion, 1. Spatial ability is significantly negative correlated with cognitive load. 2. There is no significant correlation between scientific and technological innovation awareness and cognitive load. 3. Cognitive load is significantly negative correlated with experiential value. 4. There is a significant positive correlation between experiential value and learning outcomes. 5. There are significant differences in the spatial ability, technological innovation, awareness, and experiential value performance of subjects who use the VR kitchen assistant preparation expert evaluation system for different genders. 6. There are significant differences in the cognitive load and experience value of subjects who use the VR kitchen assistant preparation expert assessment system in different schools. 7. With or without part-time work experience, there are significant differences in the learning outcomes of subjects who use the VR kitchen assistant preparation master evaluation system. This is our presentation, and thank you for all.
Thank you, Shiun Tao Jan. It was a lovely presentation. Would you like to add anything to it? Shiun Tao, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you for listening to our presentation. If you have any questions for our research, please email me to me. My email ID will paste on the chatting room. Yeah, and please email to me, and we will reply to you ASAP.
Okay, Shiun. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter of the day is Hani Mustafa from School of Humanities, Nanyang Technological University from Singapore. The topic of presentation is students' perceptions of using wiki technology to enhance language learning. The abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Hani. I'm from the School of Humanities at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Today I'll be sharing with you my study on students' perceptions of using wiki technology to enhance language learning. Let me share with you some background. As you know, with the growing influence of digital technologies, learning and interaction have become more accessible, resulting in effective collaboration if properly managed. In fact, technology-enabled learning has become an important conduit for learning, including collaborative learning. The use of wiki technology, for example, has opened a new learning platform that enables the integration of social, linguistic, and cognitive processes of language learning. The aim of this study is twofold. First, to enhance language learning and cultural awareness, and secondly, to develop important 21st century competencies such as collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity through wikis. But what actually is a wiki? Well, it started from the word wiki, which means quiet in Hawaiian language. Then a website was created that allows collaborative editing of its content and structure by its users. And why did we choose Wiki? Because it encourages social collaboration, promotes democratic participation, even empowers students, and for us teachers, we could monitor their learning progress. Our research questions are as such. First, we want to see if it improves language learning. So the question is, to what extent does the use of wikis promote students' language learning? Then we want to find out the students' perception. So we ask, what are the students' perceptions of using wiki technology to enhance collaborative language learning? Then we want to know how the students view its effectiveness. So our question is, how do students view the effectiveness of using wikis to promote cultural awareness? In this study, the students were given a wiki project to complete collaboratively with their group members. Okay, the students had to write collaboratively to produce and present a travel plan in which they had to describe places to visit and things to do to explore the best historical and cultural aspects of the country. The study actually involves students learning French, Malay, and Spanish as a foreign language. But in this study, I'm just sharing with you data from the Malay language. And in completing this wiki project, the students will actually move from passive learning of language to real engagement with classmates, requiring them to collaborate and even negotiate effectively with one another before they present their final product. The objective of the study is to ascertain to what extent does wiki technology help in promoting collaborative learning and improving their language skills from the students' perception. And in short, it is found that while there was improvement in students' language skills, actually the overall experience was less positive due to the unfamiliarity with a new learning tool. Let's take a look at the participants. A total of 102 students participated in the study. 29 took French, 31 took Malay, and 42 took Spanish at the A1 level of the SIFR framework. Okay, so they had to prepare a travel itinerary and produce a brochure on a place of attraction in Singapore. This is how we conducted the study. We divided into 3 phases. The first phase, which we call the initial phase, we set up clear guidelines and expectations. Then we formed groups and present the wiki tasks. We also conducted our pre-test in this phase. In the process phase, we created the wiki groups in the Blackboard, and students work collaboratively in groups while the teacher monitors and gives feedback. In the final phase, the students published their work, and we conducted the post-test as well as survey and the focus group interview. The instruments we use, pre-test and post-test, consisting of 30 MCQ questions. We have a questionnaire, 20 items on language learning, as well as group collaboration. We use the 5-point Likert scale, where 1 is strongly disagree and 5 is strongly agree. And we even supplemented it with a focus group discussion, which was the semi-structured interviews with open-ended questions. In terms of the findings, we take a look at the students' background and notice that most of them are new to Wiki. They had not heard about Wiki, and neither had they participated in a Wiki project prior to this study. But they are experienced in collaborative project as well as doing peer review. From the post-test results, we found that the students in the experimental group had actually performed better compared to the control groups. Data extracted from the questionnaire suggests that students actually learned grammatical concepts better. They learned more vocabulary. They were able to construct better sentences. They were able to construct coherent text. They actually were able to apply the content taught in class in their wiki project. However, when new vocabulary is concerned, they did not learn much from their peers. For the focus group interview, we divided their inputs into the advantages as well as the disadvantages. For the advantages, indeed, the wikis fostered collaboration, helped them to improve in their sentence structure, helped them in learning better grammar skills and learn more vocabulary. For the disadvantages, they found that the wiki technology did not support synchronized writing. As such, it was very time consuming because they had to wait for one person to complete writing, and they do not know how long this person is going to take or when the person will start writing. So their inability for synchronized writing actually affected their experience in using wikis. Okay, this is different from Google Docs where it supports actually synchronized writing. Secondly, because they're not familiar with Wiki, this is the first time they heard about Wiki, and this is the first time they are working on a Wiki project. So they actually had to spend a lot of time learning the new tool, learning how to navigate with the technology, where to find the functions and everything. And because they had to spend too much time and effort to learn this new tool, it kind of affected their experience in using wikis. And they actually preferred the Google Docs interface. And one of these advantages is that wikis do not have a built-in chat tool like Google Docs have. So their inability to chat with one another while doing their work actually is a minus point for them. In conclusion, we feel that indeed wiki technology can help to improve language skills. In fact, it also promotes collaborative learning. Okay, but because they are not familiar with the tool, it became less pleasant experience for them. But when learning of a new culture is concerned, we found that for the Malay language students, it was not effective, it was less effective, but it was very effective for students who took French as well as Spanish. When we try to find out more, we realized that because the participants are actually local students, They are Singaporeans and they have been very exposed to the Malay culture. They know Malay culture because Malay is one of the ethnic groups in Singapore, and the Malay culture has been taught to them in secondary school and even in primary school, whereas French and Spanish culture are totally new to them. So there was more excitement. There were more new things for them to learn. Well, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Hani Mustafa. It was a beautiful presentation. So, would you like to add anything to it? Hani, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I tried to unmute earlier, but there was a prompt that says that host has not allowed anyone to unmute yourself. Okay,
Okay.
apologize for the delay. That's all from me. I have no additional inputs to give, but if you do have any questions, please feel free to input either in the chat group or you can drop me an email. Thank you.
Okay, Honey. So anybody having any queries regarding her presentation may ask her or leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with our conference. Sheng Tuan Chang from Department of Industrial Education, National Taiwan Normal University. His topic is Gender Differences of High School in Epistemic Value, a case study of playing 3D motorcycle digital game learning. His abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Sang Yuan. Today the topic of my report is Gender Difference Learning Value, a case study of playing motorcycle game learning. Introduction. Taiwan has a higher cycle density, high proportion of motorcycle deaths amongst 18 and 24 years old. The difference between the male and the female motorbike drivers' license decreases. What are the differences in learning value, attitude, and interest between male and female high school students as a result of digital game learning? Cognitive failure. Cognitive fatigue is commonly used in learning to describe a state of attention, administration of information, and the inability to attract what is needed from a large amount of information due to change in the learning medium. This study defines game difficulty as a mania or a state of cognitive fatigue caused by game information after users have operated the game for some time. Game anxiety. The game may be affected by inflator factor, valuable text in a game, or other information during the game, and the user may become anxious during the game. Learning value. Learning is about acquiring knowledge, skills, behaviors, or values. In a study of enhancing or action, communicating gains, and learning outcomes, there were significant differences in learning motivation and the outcomes of subjects. This study examines the meaning of digital game practice prior to the habitual riding of a motorbike, which allowed drivers to gain prior knowledge of the track laws, riding safety, and be aware other uncommon track conditions. Continuous intention. In better study, it was observed that the continuous engagement intention is formed by display of learning interest, while go with the argument that continuous intention states that I will still do Y even if X occur. Subjects, male and female students in technical high schools who have not yet obtained a motorcycle license. Research situation. 3D motorcycle digital game using the tablet followed by the questionnaire. 3D motorcycle driving game based on the research results of the motorcycle hazard perception learning tool. A collaborative project between the Institute of Transportation, Ministry of the Transportation, and the Transportation Institute of Taiwan. 3D motorcycle digital game, as shown in the figure below. Similar, the law and the locomotor related precision. Sample analysis. A total of 140 questionnaires were sent out, and 135 were returned, with a return rate of 19%. 21 of the questionnaires were invalid, and 114 were valid, with a usability of a rate of 84%. Questionnaire. A questionnaire cognitive failure, game anxiety, learning value, and continual intention was developed for the study, citing relevant literature and learned scholar research. Penalty analysis. Each factor CR compound alpha AVE or up to standard. Comparison of t-test difference between male and female, game anxiety, cognitive field, learning value of t-test. Female are larger than males. Results. 1. A significant difference was found between male and female students in the aspect of game anxiety, and female students are more likely to have game anxiety than male students. 2. A significant difference was found between male and female students in the definition of confidentiality, and female students have more confidentiality than male students. 3. A significant difference was found between male and female students in the cognitive value of learning. 4. A significant difference was found between male and female students in the dimension attitude for world learning, and the female students more than game cognitive station more than male students. 5. There are 5 significant differences in the behavioral components of learning value between male and female students, and the female students are more likely to play this game than male students. 6. No significant difference between male and female students in the dimension of the continued intention. Conclusion. This game designed to simulate a situation that can be encountered when riding a motorbike improved safety and during the change of clutch. The results of the study show that females are more aware than male of the track law, safe riding behavior, and other attitude and behaviors. Recommendations. The 3D motorcycle digital game will be available for download in the future if it is corrected. The game will be used to stimulate a multiple lessons for those who are going to get one. The study can be carried out on adults who have not yet obtained a motorcycle license. The study will be conducted on adults who have not adopted a motorcycle license. Everyone, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shengguan Chang, for this amazing presentation. So would you like to add anything to it? Shengguan, would you like to add anything to it? Okay, so here's message in the chat section. If you have any questions, please drop to his email ID or drop in the chat section. He'll answer accordingly. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter of the day is Pei Yu Wang, Institute of Learning Sciences and Technologies from National Tsinghua University, Hsinchu from Taiwan ROC. Topic of presentation is a preliminary study on the construction of natural science resource recommender system for high school students. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at the presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Um, Today I want to say is my research. My research name is Preliminary Study on the Construction of Natural Science Resource Recommender System for High School Students. I have a little bit changed content, so I want to present. First, introduce Self-directed learning has become a compulsory subject for high school students in Taiwan since 2019. The teacher played a scaffolder, no longer design the learning subject just like they did before. But however, if students lack a prior knowledge, they cannot evaluate the correctness and relevance of learning resources searched from the internet. Just like we discussed before, there's a lot of fake news on the website. Notably, there are so much false information on the internet, making students misunderstand. Even just like some dramatic title will make them connect, but some dramatic title, but the content is correct, but the student didn't really read whole article. It may make them confused. So we will build a recommendation system to make the process easier to students searching for the information. And text mining knowledge is based on the authoritative article of popular science or article crowd from the web. The study goal is to provide the study SDL process. The relevant and extensive knowledge content will be recommended for students to read and explore continually to avoid the student searching from the learning source on the internet with facing the difficulty of discriminating the reliability. The search uses the Kanban system, and we use Kanban system as a human-machine interface. It cooperates the learning strategy and advance of self-learning to assist teachers in observing students' learning conditions. And this is my related work. And NORS indicate the importance of SDLO. First, if the student have a motivation to learning, they will learn more better than the passive learners. Second, the learner process also align the human development. And the third, the learner will generate the independent search skill for facing problems. And can then believe the self-directed learning enable learner to understand and analyze issues in self-directed learning, which helps build the ability of lifelong learning. What should indicate that a teacher guided model should be employed on self-learning. First, for students understand the learning process. And we have improved the learning process. Kanban system will help the group talking to each other, and we use as a learning platform for students, and they can assist each other when they are learning and discussion something. And it may be a challenge for teacher to provide a student with the relevant, extensive, and authoritative information. So text mining will help us to process unstructured text data through various quantification techniques. It helps user explore the correlation between words and find the information hiding in articles. Some article condemnation, some article recommendation systems were proposed to explore and discuss the relative article for various objects. And this is all web we search the article from. And our system is mainly based on the popular science. So the content is easier to understand than professional books, and it is more suitable as a learning source for high school students. But it's also limited because it's not so easier to quickly search all relevant texts of a high school subject. So we just focus on popular science, nature science, such as physics, chemistry, and environment. And there is the important web like the National Graphic. And the whole article research is more than 34,000 articles. Sorry, wait a minute. And we use the Python and the algorithm Doctway and the TF-ID to be the tool building the system. And the first step of text mining is segmentation and conversion. We use the JBA, an open source word segmentation tool. And then the text vector among each word we build by the Doctway. The vector represents the similarity between each word. The closer the semantic is, the higher the score. Like, for example, if we search the physical, and we will show the most similar word, and the first word is physics. It have a more high point, 0.71 is higher than second one. And this is a top 10 most similar terms, such as mechanic, elementary particles, and chemistry, and so on. And if the system makes something wrong word or didn't find the result, this is how we find how we respond to the result. Yeah. First, the word into the system. We will use the Doctway to find the vector. And if we can find the word in our dictionary, we will search the similar word. And if the similar word still have no result, we will make the word segmentation. And if we finally find no result, we will report the error. And this is our system look like. The student asks the question as there, And our system will respond the answer like this. This is a similar word, and this is the list of articles. The number is show how many it was, and in the actual test, we will show the article titles. And that is how we building the system. And discussion. There was something happen when students search the word. For example, like this word, Newton's 3 laws of motion. It's not a professional noun. So in our dictionary is from the Taiwanese Natural Science Dictionary. And this word is not exist in our dictionary. So we will spell it into the 3 parts, like Newton's 3 and law of motion. And final result is laws of motion. And another situation is the word, due to the difference in user culture background, or some word they type wrong, they will make our system make no result. For example, like this word, Tyndale effect and Tyndale effect. It is the same pronunciation, but in our dictionary is Tyndale. So Tyndale effect, we will find no word in our dictionary. And the final result is effect. And it's the questionnaire we ask the 27th teacher to investigate the teacher's views of if their student use our system in the future or not. And made me surprised is even our system is limited word to build. It still make teachers things suitable for the self-directed learning process and make them think more about the subject. And this is how we compare with the general searching engine. And we use the Google to compare with our system. The compare way is we search in the same word on the Google and our system and get same number of article. And to build a word bank and search the same word again. And to find the top 10 most similar word. And you can see our system is, the value is between 0.7 and 0.8. But in the Google, the similarity is the same. Like all of them is 0.9. And you can see a lot of biology in the result of the Google. But in our system, you cannot find them much more biology. So This shows the Google result is very precise, and it can find the word exactly correct. But our system can find more application of the word. For example, cancer treatment. For example, like the cancer treatment, this is application about the biology. So our system is more extensive than Google, but Google is more precise than our system. And this is the word cloud about the Google result. We can find there are some words like discount and price in the Google result. It is acceptable for the commercial website. But for the student to learning in self-directed process, it may be not so suitable. And the conclusion, the result show the teacher have high score of the specification with the system. Teacher also believe that it can assist the student in keyword searching and enhance student thinking divergence. However, the system is more suitable for the user using in the early stage of self-directed learning, such as expanding their thinking and cognition and the thing development. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Emily. It was a wonderful presentation. So would you like to add anything to it? Emily, please unmute yourself.
I cannot. Do you have any question?
No, I am not having any question. Indeed, I would like to congratulate for giving such a wonderful presentation. If anybody else is having any question regarding her presentation, may ask or leave in the chat section.
And
Okay.
if you
We move ahead with the conference. Our last presenter of the day is Haneen Al-Sali from Applied Linguistics University College Co from Ireland. His topic of presentation is the effect of task-based language teaching in developing speaking skills among Saudi female EFL learners at university level. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello, this is Haneen Salman. Today I'm sharing my presentation. As you can see, the title of the research is The Impact of Task-Based Language Teaching Approach on Developing Saudi Learner Speaking Skills. In 2021, statistics showed that around 1.35 billion of people worldwide speak English language either as native speakers or as second language speakers, which means that the language has spread all over the world. Which led us to rethink of how language should be taught. Consequently, the language or English language is taught in many non-English speaking countries around the world, including Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, English language is taught as the second main language in classrooms, and the main approaches followed is the communicative language teaching approach. As you may know, communicative language teaching approach is one of the well-known approaches in developing learners' target language. which was based on the communicative competence theory, which was firstly introduced by Himes. Himes argued that there is a need to look at the appropriateness of the language used in a specific context. Language is used according to what the context is and what the reasons for the communicative function is. Which was developed in a response to Chomsky's theory, who argued that the ability to use a mechanism of language is innate. And as we are born with language, it is used regardless of the context. Chomsky called this innate ability to use language universal grammar. However, Himes' theory argued that it is impossible to disconnect the language form from the context. Instead, it is necessary to consider how to speak, to whom, and in what manner. So this research is examining the effect of an approach called task-based language teaching, which was developed as a version of communicative language teaching approach. TBLT, or task-based language teaching, has proved its effect in developing learners' target language in classroom. So therefore, and as speaking skills is one of the most important skill to be acquired, it was conducted in this research. Let's start with task-based language teaching. As I previously said, TBLT, or task-based language teaching, is known as an approach which developed as a version of communicative language teaching. TBLT is one of the methods which shifted EFL classrooms from form focus and teaching center environment to meaning focus, authentic material use in classrooms, and real life interaction in classroom. It is based on the belief that meaningful interaction will result in the subconscious acquisition of all aspects of language, where form is learned or taught in a passive way. Before the classroom, or before students focus on form. The meaningful communication here is seen as a way to encourage learners to communicate using the target language. During the meaningful communication, learners will try to use several language strategies to deliver their message or ideas. For instance, giving examples, retelling their ideas. So this is believed to give students different opportunities to experience whatever language they know, to communicate and speak in the language. Firstly, it gives the student a chance to use their own knowledge of the target language when interacting in classroom. It also provides the student with different opportunities to monitor their own and other learners' errors while communicating, and avoid those errors when communicating outside the classrooms. However, some researchers noted that some learners may acquire their peers' errors when communicating in classrooms. So the task, what is the task? The task is the main teaching unit, which is referred to a specific type of activity which is mainly used in classroom. However, there isn't an agreement among researchers on one main definition of a task. For example, Long defined it as a piece of work undertaken for oneself or for others, freely or for some rewards. Thus, examples of tasks include painting a fence, dressing a child, filling a form. In other words, by a task is meant the 101 things people do in everyday life, at work, at play, and in between. Other researchers defined it as an activity which required learners to arrive at an outcome from giving information through some process of thought, and which allowed teachers to control and regulate the process. Another definition is a piece of classroom work which involves learners in comprehending, manipulating, producing, or interacting in the target language, while their attention is principally focused on meaning rather than form. Whereas researchers such as Skayan define task from its criteria. So it was defined as an activity, which meaning is primary. There are some sort of relationship to real world. Task completion has some priority, and the assessment of task performance is in terms of task outcome. In this research, I followed Skayan definition, which was also viewed task from its criteria. So TBLT framework. This approach can be delivered by different or by teachers through a fixed framework, which is pre-task, task cycle, and post-task. Before looking at this framework, it is important to say that TBLT framework is, or researchers deliver TBLT from different frameworks, such as Illy's and Long. In this research, I followed Willis and Willis framework, that is pre-task, task cycle, and post-task. So let's start with the pre-task phase. At the pre-task phase, the teacher introduced the topic, apply activities to assist learners to learn or recall useful words and phrases, ensure learners' understanding of the task, and may play a record of other learners doing the same task, but without giving learners the outcome or the results of the task. While learners may note down useful or new words and phrases from the recording or pre-task activity. They may spend some time to prepare for the task, either individually or in groups. So no language focus at this stage. Secondly, the task cycle stage, which is the second phase, is divided into three stages based on Willis and Willis framework. So the task cycle phase is divided into the task, planning, and the report stage. At the first stage, that is the task stage, learners should complete the task in small groups or in pairs, while the teacher should only monitor learners' progress and encourage them without interference. The main point of this stage is fluency and task completion. The second stage in the task cycle phase is the planning. According to Willis and Willis, at this stage, learners should prepare for the last stage, that is the report. Rehears what they will say at the report stage, or they will read. They should focus on fluency and accuracy, and also on producing more complex language, but of course without focusing on form. Whereas the teacher role is to ensure that the purpose of the report is clear. Act as a language advisor and help learners to rehearse oral or written report. Finally, the report stage, according to Willis and Willis, at this stage, learners should present their written or spoken report, while the teacher may give pre-feedback on the content of the form. They may also play a recording of other people completing similar tasks. Finally, the last stage, the post-task phase. So this is also called focus on form stage. So this stage should be the focus on form stage. According to Willis and Willis, this stage is divided into two stages. The first is the analysis and the second is the practice stage. At the first stage, the analysis stage, learners should do consciousness raising activities by analyzing the language used in the text they have read at the first stage or first phase, or they may read a text or a transcript of a record they heard. They may also ask about any other features which they came across, whereas the teacher should review each analysis activity with the class, explain them, and may bring other useful words or phrases to learners' attention. Finally, the practice stage. At this stage, teachers may conduct practice activities, and learners should practice words, phrases, patterns from the analysis activity. Also practice other features which they have noticed in the text. Finally, they may take notes of useful language items. Research methods. As you can see, pre and post speaking test and an interview. Pre and post speaking tests were collected from two groups, control and experimental group. The control group followed the conventional teaching method, whereas the experimental group followed TBLT for 3 months. And then learners were interviewed to find out their attitude toward TBLT. Data analysis. So as we said, learners were examined before and after experimenting TBLT to find out the results or the effect of TBLT. The results were measured based on CAF framework, that is complexity, accuracy, and fluency. Firstly, the results of the accuracy showed that learners have significantly developed their accuracy, whereas the results of the complexity showed that learners decreased their level of complexity. Finally, fluency. Learners showed significant development in their fluency. However, the filled poses hasn't significantly decreased after the TBLT. Learners' attitude toward TBLT. Almost all learners have a positive attitude toward TBLT. They agreed that it is encourage them to interact in real life interaction and encourage them to meaningfully interact when completing a task. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Aneen, for such an amazing presentation. Would you like to say anything about it?
Hello, thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you. Anybody having any queries regarding a presentation may ask or leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with our conference. So thank you. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Eurasia Research conducts conference every month around the world. So in the month of April, we have London and Amsterdam. In month of May, we have Kuala Lumpur, Berlin, and Paris. In month of June, we have Prague and Singapore. You may refer our conference's calendar to your friends and colleagues. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, we would like to let you know that we are organizing Terra International Summit Program. The event is launched free of cost for all researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists associated with us and who are even willing to join us. Our first summit was conducted on 15th November, and our second summit was conducted on 15th February, and both the events were successful ones. It is like TED Talk. The speakers will deliver their speeches on online platform and not on a physical stage. You may check more about the event from the link which is shared in the chat section. Third Terra International Summit will be held on 16th May 2022. Thank you, everyone. I would like all of you to please unmute yourself and share some feedback about our conference. Dr. Deepak? Dr. Deepak, Dr. Hilda, please unmute yourself and share your feedback regarding our conference.
Okay, can unmute now. Earlier, all of us were muted, so we couldn't say anything.
Okay, okay.
So is Hilda going first? Go ahead, Hilda. Prof. Hilda, go ahead. If she wants to go first, no issue. Ladies first.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Deepak. Dr. Hilda, you may proceed.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda. It was our pleasure that you came in our conference. Yes, Dr. Deepak.
Okay, thank you very much, Sakshi. I know you have been very energetic throughout the day. Not
Thank
easy.
you.
Yeah, first of all, and also we must also thank all the speakers, wonderful speakers in the earlier session. And later on, because you say stay back, I stayed back earlier. Okay, though I was okay, but I think most of them gave their research finding. What is it happening in educational sector? That is very good to know. And
Yes, sir.
I'm very happy to be associated with you. I think we have been together for almost 3 years now. Right? 3 years. You came to Singapore, I recall. But after that, couple of times, once at Nanyang Technological University, second at National University of Singapore, and after that there was a pandemic. Correct? We couldn't wait. I do not know in the month of June. Are you planning to come?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
We are planning. We are planning.
Okay. So let me know. Then if you're planning to come, I'll be very happy to share something interesting happening. As you know, Government of India has announced digital university, digital teacher.
Okay.
And we are deliberating on that. And if you wish that I can speak on that, what should be that? And so June 2022, correct? 2022. June
Yes,
22.
sir.
So please do send me, tell Charles, send me to invitation to me, and I will mark my diary so that we can meet, if possible, in hybrid form in Singapore.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. And later on you can share my email address to all those who want to connect with us. Will be most welcome.
Okay, sir. I'll send them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
and
sir.
congratulations to you. Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank
your
you, sir.
team. And also tell my special regards to Flora Chance. Okay. Reminder. Okay.
Sir, he is there only in this conference.
Where is he? Where is he hiding?
No, sir. He's there only. But maybe he's busy in some work, I guess.
Oh.
But sir is connected to us.
Oh, he's in the Eurasia Research. That is where he is.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know. I have been telling his name and everything, but he has not responded. So I thought he has just logged in and gone somewhere. Not to worry. Okay, you tell him personally. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
That's all the best to
Emily?
you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Emily, would you like to say anything? Please unmute yourself, Emily. Sheng Yuan, Xiun Tang, Hanin.
Yeah, hello. Just thank you for this conference and for having me today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hanin.
And thank you, the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Xiun. Thank you, everybody. We'll end the meeting now. Bye.